Chapter 30 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. A Leaf from the Past. Ralph Ravenspur, with Tchigorsky and Geoffrey, sat smoking in the billiard room until Vera came in to say good night and drive them off to bed. As they were about to separate at the head of the stairs, Ralph gave them a sign to follow him. "Come to my room for half an hour," he said. The others complied. Tchigorsky slipped away for a while, and on his return he laid the end of a long silk thread on the white table cover. "Part of a little scheme," he said. "This is one end of the silk thread. Where the other end is matters nothing for the present. Ralph, everybody has retired?" "Everybody," Ralph replied as he filled his pipe. "I fancy you said that no servants sleep in the house." "They have not done so for a long time," Geoffrey explained. "Not that we entertain the least suspicion of any of them. We merely made the change for safety's sake." Tchigorsky nodded his approval. He arranged the silk thread neatly on the table, coiling the end round a daisy pattern worked into a damask cloth. "For Mrs. May's benefit?" Geoffrey asked. "Precisely," Tchigorsky said gravely. "I take a great interest in her." Geoffrey smoked a whole cigarette before he spoke again. "By the way," he exclaimed, "who and what is Mrs. May?" "The devil fairly disguised," Ralph croaked. "A beautiful Mephistopheles, a fascinating Beelzebub, a dark-eyed fiend, a—" He pulled up choking with all-consuming rage. His arm was sawing the air, as if feeling for the white throat of his lovely foe. "Steady there," Tchigorsky muttered. "Steady, Ralph, my friend. Shall we enlighten Master Geoffrey a little as to the kind of woman she is?" Ralph nodded over his pipe. "If you like," he said. "Only the tale shall be yours. When I come to think of it, I go out of my mind, as I did that night in the Black Valley. Tell him, Tchigorsky. Tell him by all means, but not all." Aye. I shall know where to leave off. I'll sit here where I can watch the table. I am interested in that silk thread. So long as it remains simply coiled up there I can go on talking. When it moves "You are wasting time," Geoffrey suggested. "True. But to make amends I am going to interest you from the very outset. Doubtless you are curious to know the meaning of those scars on my face, and on the face of your uncle. Lately he has managed artistically to disguise his for reasons that will appear later. There was nothing to gain by hiding mine, and pretty ugly they are. These scars were branded on us both at the same time by the priests of the great temple in the hills beyond Lassa. 3 of us had penetrated there, but the other one knew nothing of the mysteries of Buddha, for the simple reason that he was the servant of your uncle, one Elphick by name. Elphick is doing good work for us elsewhere, but you shall see him in time. Now these 2 men, who had disguised themselves as Buddhist priests, and had penetrated all the mysteries of that most mysterious creed, had made a boast 2 years before, at Lahore, of what they meant to do. And the words of their vapourings were carried to the ears of a woman who was a Brahmin, though it appeared as if she had abandoned her religion and had married an Englishman. This Englishman had been to Lassa himself, and when a girl his wife had fallen in love with him and he married her. There was a good deal of scandal about it at the time, but there are so many scandals in India that this one was quickly buried under a layer of other slanders. Some said that that officer had managed to pick up some of the holiest mysteries of Buddha, and that the lovely native had married him to close his lips. Certainly he would never speak of Lassa, and when the place was mentioned he always showed signs of agitation. Well, we went. We were not afraid. Both of us knew the East, we spoke many languages, we could assume any disguise. And in a short time, as honored pilgrims from a far land, we were free of the holy temple in the hills beyond Lassa. Soon we were picking up all the mysteries. "Are there any mysteries?" Geoffrey asked. Ralph gave a quick barking laugh, like the snap of a pistol shot. All this time his grave wooden smile never relaxed. "Aye," Tchigorsky went on, "mysteries. The things we saw and the things we learned would have driven many a strong man mad. Occult sciences. What do we know of them? I tell you the greatest man who walks the earth, a whole regiment of the finest scientists in Europe, would be a set of chattering monkeys alongside a Buddhist priest. We have seen the dead rise from their graves, and heard them speak. We came near to learn the secret of eternal life. And yet everlasting life and the unveiling of the future would not tempt me there again." Tchigorsky's voice had fallen to a harsh whisper. As Geoffrey glanced at Ralph, he saw that the latter's face was bathed in a profound perspiration. "We were thus situated for some months," Tchigorsky resumed. "Gradually every mystery connected with life and death was opening up before us, and the secret of universal knowledge was within our grasp. Then one day there was a commotion in the city, and we found that there was to be a great feast in honor of a princess of the royal blood who had come back to Lassa after a long pilgrimage. We were bidden to that feast and had places of honor near to the seat of the princess. She came in presently, gorgeously attired in flowing robes and strings of diamonds and emeralds in her hair. She was a magnificent creature. I have seen many a native queen on her throne, but none to compare with that woman who sat flashing her lovely eyes round the table. As I looked at her again and again, I had an odd feeling that I had seen her before. I turned to speak to Ralph here, and beheld with distended eyes and dropped jaw that he was regarding the princess. "What is it?" I asked. "Do you know her too?" Ralph whispered a few words in my ear, a few pungent words that turned me cold. And what he saw was this. In the princess we had the woman from Lahore, the woman who had forsaken her tribe to marry an English officer. We had heard before that she was in the habit of going away for long periods, and we knew that her husband must have possessed himself of Buddhist secrets, perhaps sacred Buddhist script, or that woman would never have been allowed to come and go like this. Had she married an Englishman in the ordinary way, and subsequently returned to Lassa, she would have been torn to pieces. She had been granted absolution on purpose to wrest those secrets from the Englishman who had stolen them. And we too had boasted in the hearing of this woman that we were going to learn those secrets for ourselves. Would she recognize us? That was the question. Remember that we were most carefully disguised. We spoke the language without flaw. We had the same tale to tell, a tale that we had rehearsed over and over again. There was no reason why we should not pass muster. Hope began to revive. Then I looked up and caught that woman's eye, and she smiled. I dream of that smile sometimes at night, and wake up cold and wet and shivering from head to foot. Not that I have more fear than most men, but then I had seen men put to death in Tibet. The torture of the wheel would be a pleasant recreation alongside of death like that. We were recognized. No need to tell us that. Doubtless that woman had followed us step by step, giving us all the latitude we required, and now she had come to teach us the pains and penalties attaching to our office. She favored us with no further glance until the feast had concluded and what passes for music had begun, when she honored both of us with a summons to her side. Of course we went. In the circumstances there was nothing else to do. She made room for us. She smiled dazzlingly upon us, and then slowly and deliberately, as a cat with a mouse, she began to play with us. "I speak to you thus," she said, "because there are others who seek for the secrets of the faith. There were 2 Christian dogs who came up from Lahore. One was called Tchigorsky, the other was called Melin. Melin was your Uncle Ralph's pseudonym, Geoffrey. And they boasted what they were going to do. They knew the language, they said, and behold, the one called Tchigorsky was very like you, holy man." It was coming. I bowed gravely as if the comparison was not pleasing to me. A wild yell of hysterical laughter came to my lips, but I managed to suppress that. There were no knives on the table, and I had not dared to use my revolver. Had there been a knife on the table, I should have stabbed that woman to the heart and taken the consequences. "But your revolver, Tchigorsky," Geoffrey suggested. "My dear boy, holy fathers and shining lights of the Buddhist faith do not carry regulation army revolvers," Tchigorsky said grimly. All I could do was to wait. "Did you know those English at Lahore?" the princess asked. I disclaimed the knowledge, saying that at that time I was in Cawnpore. Then being closely questioned, I proceeded to give a detailed history of the movements of myself and my companion for the last year or so. I was lying glibly and easily, but I had no comfort from the knowledge. It was easy to see that not one word was believed, and that I was walking into the trap. "At Darji you were," said the princess. "What are the 5 points of the temple there?" For the life of me I could not tell her. As a matter of fact, I had never been near Darji in my life, and the question was one that any Buddhist who had been there would have answered offhand. "I have forgotten," I answered as calmly as possible. "I have a bad memory. I forget all kinds of things." Those dark eyes seemed to look me all through. "You will forget your own name next," the princess said. "I'll remember that," I replied. "I am Rane el-Den, at your service." Then came the reply in excellent English. "Your name is Sergius Tchigorsky, and your companion is Ralph James Mayton. I have found you out. I have only to raise my hand and your fate is sealed." It was all over. I said nothing. I asked no pity. Pity? You might as well strive to soften the heart of the wounded tiger that has you down with a handful of nuts. Then Tchigorsky paused. His eyes were on the table. He pointed to the silken thread that was slowly moving in the direction of the door. "Hush," he said softly. "Blow out the light." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31 The Silk Thread. Intensely interested as he was in the story that Tchigorsky had to tell, Geoffrey nevertheless watched the slowly moving thread on the table. Gradually and very slowly the silken tag began to draw away from the pattern on the tablecloth, Tchigorsky following it with grim eyes. "You find it strange?" he asked Geoffrey. "Strange and thrilling," Geoffrey replied. "It appeals to the imagination. Some tragedy may be at the other end of that innocent-looking thread." "There may be. There would be if I were not here. We are dealing with a foe whose cunning and audacity know no bounds. You see, I have been among the foe, and know something of their dealings." A passionate anger rose up in Geoffrey as he watched the gliding thread. "Then why not drop upon them?" he cried. "Why not produce your proofs, and hand the miscreants over to the police?" "What good would that do?" Tchigorsky replied. "Could we prove that the foe had had a direct hand in the tragedies of the past? Could we demonstrate to the satisfaction of a jury that Mrs. May and her confederates were responsible for those poisoned flowers, or the bees? And if we get them out of the way, there are others behind them. No, they must be taught a lesson. They must know that we are all powerful, and they must feel the weight of our hands. Then the painful family scandal—" "You are going too far," Ralph interrupted warningly. Tchigorsky checked himself after a glance at Geoffrey. "I am not to be told everything," he said. "Why?" "Because we dare not," Ralph murmured. "It is not that we cannot trust you, but because we dare not." With this Geoffrey was fain to be content. By this time the thread had left the table and was lying on the floor. "The other end is tied to Mrs. May's door," Tchigorsky explained. "When that door was cautiously opened, of course, the thread moved. Geoffrey, you stay here. Ralph, will you go up by the back staircase and get up to the corridor? Wait there." "Is there danger?" Geoffrey whispered. "Not now," said Tchigorsky. "But this audacity passes all bounds. That woman had planned to strike a blow at the very moment when she was enjoying the hospitality of this roof. The boldness of it would have averted all suspicion from her. One of the family mysteriously disappears and is never heard of again. In the morning not one lock or bolt or bar is disturbed, and yet the member of the family is gone. England would have been startled by the news tomorrow." "You heard all this?" Geoffrey cried. "Yes," Tchigorsky said quietly. "That disguise I showed you was useful to me. It is going to be more useful still." "But the danger! It must be averted," Geoffrey whispered. Already Tchigorsky was leaving the room. The lamp had been extinguished, after taking care to place a box of matches close beside it. In the darkness Geoffrey waited, tingling to his fingertips with suppressed excitement. Meanwhile Tchigorsky felt his way along in the darkness. He was counting his steps carefully. He reached a certain spot and then stopped. Ralph strolled down the back staircase and thence down a flagged passage into the hall, where he climbed the stairs. Light and darkness, it was all the same to him. There was nobody in the house who could find his way about as well as he. Then he waited for the best part of half an hour. He could hear queer sounds coming from one of the bedrooms, a half cry in light feminine tones, a smothered protest, and then the suggestion of a struggle. Yet Ralph never moved toward it. Under cover of the darkness he smiled. Then he heard a door creak and open. He heard footsteps coming along in his direction. The footsteps were stealthy, yet halting. There was the suggestion of the swish of silken drapery. On and on that mysterious figure came until it walked plump into Ralph's arms. There was a faint cry, a cry strangled in its birth. "Mrs. May," Ralph said quietly, "I am afraid I startled you." The woman was gasping for breath, iron-nerved as she was. She stammered out some halting, stumbling explanation. She was suffering from nervous headache. She was subject to that kind of thing, and there was a remedy she always carried in her jacket pocket. And the jacket was in the hall. "Go back to your room," said Ralph. "I will fetch it for you." "There is no occasion," the woman replied. "The shock of meeting you has cured me. But what are you doing?" "Sleeping on the stairs," Ralph said in his dullest, most mechanical way. Sleeping on the stairs? Why?" "I frequently do it. I suffer from insomnia. The accident that deprived me of my sight injured my reason. This is one of my lucid intervals. For years I slept in the open air. The atmosphere of a bedroom stifles me, so I am here." "And here you are going to remain all night?" "Yes. I presume you have no objection." Mrs. May was silent. Did this man know the terrible position he had placed her in? Was he telling the truth, or was he spying on her? Was he dangerous enough to be removed, or was he the poor creature he represented himself to be? "You should get your clever friend Tchigorsky to cure you," she said. "Tchigorsky has gone away. I don't know when I shall see him again." That was good news, at any rate. Mrs. May stooped to artifice. There were reasons why this man should be got out of the way at present. He had brought danger by his stupid eccentricity, but the bold woman was not going to change her plans for that. "Be guided by me," she said. "Go to your room." "I am here till the morning," Ralph said doggedly. "Go to yours. We are a lost, doomed race. What does it matter what I do?" It was useless to combat sullen obstinacy like this. Mrs. May uttered a few clear words in a language that not one in a million would understand, certainly not 3 people in England. It never occurred to her for a moment that Ralph Ravenspur might be one of the 3, but he was. He listened grimly. No doubt the mysterious words had nothing to do with the matter, but a door in the corridor opened, and Marion emerged, carrying a light in her hand. She came swiftly down the corridor, her long hair streaming behind her. As she saw Ralph she gave a sigh of relief. "Come quickly to Vera's room," she said. "I want your help." In her intense excitement she seemed not to notice Mrs. May. The latter stood aside while the other 2 passed along. She slipped into her own room and closed the door. "Foiled," she hissed, "and by that poor meaningless idiot. Is it possible that he suspected anything? But no, he is only a fool. If I had only dared, I might have removed him at the same time. On the whole, it was a good thing that Marion did not see me." Without the least trace of excitement, and without hurry, Ralph followed Marion. A light was burning in the room, and Vera, still dressed, was lying on the bed. She was fast asleep, but her face was deadly cold, and her breathing was faint to nothingness. Ralph's fingers rested on her pulse for a minute. "How long has she been like this?" Ralph asked. "I don't know," Marion replied. "I was just dropping asleep when I fancied I heard Vera call out. In this house the mere suggestion sufficed. I crept quietly along and came in here. The room was empty, save for Vera, and there was no sign of a struggle. I should have imagined it to be all fancy, but for the queer look in Vera's face. When I touched her, I found her to be deadly cold. Is it dangerous?" Ralph shook his head. "Mysterious as ever," he said. "The miscreant is by us, almost in our hands, and yet we cannot touch him. Vera has been rendered insensible by a drug. The effect of it will pass away in time. She will sleep till morning, and you had better remain with her." "Of course. I should not dream of leaving the poor child alone." Ralph just touched Marion's cheek. "You are a good girl, an angel," he murmured. "What we should do without you I cannot say. Stay here and have no fear. I shall not be far away. I am going to sleep for the rest of the night on the floor outside." "On the floor, my dear uncle?" "Bah, it is no hardship," said Ralph. "I have had far less comfortable quarters many a time. I am used to it, and like it. And I sleep like a hare. The slightest noise or motion, and I am awake instantly." Marion raised no further protests. This singular individual was in the habit of doing as he pleased, and nothing could turn him from his humor. He bade Marion good night and softly closed the door. But he did not lie down at the head of the stairs. On the contrary, he crept quietly down to his room again. There Tchigorsky and Geoffrey waited him. The lamp was once more lighted. Tchigorsky had a grin on his face. "Foiled her?" he asked. "I heard you." "For the present, at any rate," Ralph replied. "That charming woman does me the honor to regard me as a benighted idiot." Tchigorsky dropped into a chair and rocked to and fro, shaking with noiseless mirth. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. More from the Past. Geoffrey looked from one to the other for explanation. "Won't you tell me what has happened?" he asked. "As a matter of fact, nothing has happened," Ralph replied. "A little time ago Tchigorsky outlined a bold stroke on the part of the foe. He suggested that it was possible, without removing a single bolt or bar, to spirit away one of the family, who would never be heard of again. Tchigorsky was making no prophecy. He was speaking from knowledge. Well, the attempt has been made, and it has failed." "Who was the victim, uncle?" "Your cousin, Vera. Sit down, my boy. If you go plunging about like that, you will ruin everything. Did I not tell you that the attempt had been made and had failed? Vera is safe for a long time to come." Geoffrey dropped into his seat again. "How did you manage it, uncle?" he asked. Ralph gave the details. He told the story dryly. "So I not only prevented the dastardly attempts to carry Vera away," he concluded, "but I baffled the foe altogether. There was not the slightest suspicion that I was on the stairs except by the merest accident." "But you say that Marion was with Vera?" "She was. That nimble wit of hers led her to suspect danger. But Marion could not have averted the tragedy. A slender girl like her could have done nothing against a strong and determined foe. If necessary, she would have been carried off and they would have killed two birds with one stone." Geoffrey shuddered. He was sick of the whole business. For the moment he was a prey to utter despair. It seemed hopeless to fight against a foe like this, a foe striking in the dark and almost moving invisibly. "Some one ought to watch that room," he said. "It is unnecessary. I am supposed to be sleeping close by. Already the foe has learned that I slumber with one eye open. Don't be cast down, Geoffrey. Two more of the enemy are still on their way to Yorkshire, and when they are here the mouth of the net is going to close. I pledge you my word that no further harm shall come to anybody, and Tchigorsky will say the same." "On my head be it," Tchigorsky muttered. He twisted a cigarette dexterously with his long fingers. "There is nothing to fear," he said, "nothing with ordinary vigilance. The danger will come when the time for defense has passed, and it is our turn to attack. Then there will be danger for the three of us here. Shall we go to bed?" "I could not sleep for a king's ransom," said Geoffrey. "Then we will chat and smoke a while," said Tchigorsky. "If you like I will go on with the history of our adventures in Lassa." Geoffrey assented eagerly. Tchigorsky proceeded in a whirl of cigarette smoke. "We knew we were doomed. We could see our fate in those smiling, merciless eyes. That woman had lived among civilized people. She knew Western life. She had passed in society almost for an Englishwoman. But she was native at heart. All her feelings were with her people. All the past could not save us. She meant us to die, and die with the most horrible torture under her very own eyes. Her life in India was a masquerade. This was her real existence. 'You fancy you are the first,' she said. 'Did you ever know a Russian traveler, Vosky by name? He was very like you.' I recollected the man. I had met him years before, and had discussed this very Lassa trip. 'Yes,' I said, for it was useless to hold up our disguises any longer. 'What of him?' 'He came here,' the princess said. 'He learned some of our secrets. Then it was found out, and he had to walk the Black Valley. He died.' All this was news to me. So astonished was I that I blurted out the truth. Only a year before, long after Vosky was supposed to be dead, I had met him in London. When I mentioned Lassa, he changed the subject and refused to continue the conversation. I fancied that he suspected me of chaffing him. Now I know that he had been through the horrors of the Black Valley and escaped." The eyes of the princess blazed when she heard this. She was a wild, devastating fury. It seemed almost impossible to believe that I had seen her in a tea gown at Simla, chattering society platitudes in a white sahib's bungalow. And I bitterly regretted betraying myself, because I knew that wherever he was, Vosky would be hunted down and killed as they were seeking to kill me, as they would slay Ralph Ravenspur, only they have not recognized him." "Hence the changed face and the glasses?" Geoffrey asked. "You have guessed it," said Ralph. "I did not want to be known. I am only a poor demented idiot, a fool who cumbers the ground." "I had betrayed Voski without doing any good to myself," Tchigorsky resumed. "If any harm has come to him, I am his murderer." Presently the princess calmed down, and the old cruel mocking light came back to her eyes. We were speaking English by this time, a language utterly unknown to the awestruck, open-mouthed priests around us. "Let us pretend that this is my drawing room in India, and that I am entertaining you at tea," she said. "Later you shall know something of me in my real character. I suppose you recognized the risks that you ran?" "Perfectly," I replied. "We are going to be done to death in barbarous fashion, because we have come here and learned your secrets, as your husband did." I could afford this shot. I could afford to say anything. We were going to perish by a death the horror of which is beyond all words, and had I pulled the nose of the princess, had I strangled her as she sat there, the punishment could have been made no worse. "Take care," she said. "You are in my power. What do you mean?" "I mean that your husband penetrated the secrets of Buddha, and that you married him so as to regain those secrets. There were papers and the like, or he would merely have been assassinated in the ordinary vulgar manner, and there would have been an end to the business. Your husband has got an inkling of this, and that is why he has hidden the documents and refuses to give them up. He would be murdered if he did." "You are a bold man," the princess said. "Not at all," I replied. "A man can only die once. Would you say that the condemned murderer was rash for attempting to pick the pocket of the jailer, even for attempting to murder him? What I say and what I do matters nothing, and you know that I am telling the truth." The princess smiled. My friend Ralph here will remember that smile. "I could see then," Ralph muttered, "and I do remember it." "Very well," the princess replied. "You are candid, and I will be the same. What you have said about my husband is perfectly true. I did marry him to recover those papers, and when I accidentally let out the truth that I was not outcast of my tribe, he saw his danger. He is safe till those papers are mine, and then I shall kill him. And yet I love that man. I shall be desolate without him. But my religion and my people come first. For them I lose my caste. For them I degrade myself by becoming the wife of a white sahib. For them I shall eventually die. And yet I love my husband. Ay, you cannot command the human heart." At this I laughed. The princess joined me. "You think I have no heart," she said, "but you are mistaken. You shall see. For the present I have my duty to perform. I do it thus." She rose to her feet and clapped her hands and spoke in terse, vigorous sentences. A minute later we were bound and our disguises slipped from us. And there for the present you must be content to leave us. Tomorrow I shall tell the rest." Tchigorsky rose and yawned, but Geoffrey would fain have had more. "The princess," he said. "At least tell me if I know her." "Of course you do. Princess Zara is the woman who calls herself Mrs. Mona May." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Vera Sees Something. It was nearly dawn when Vera came to herself out of an uneasy slumber. The darkest hour that precedes the faint flush in the eastern sky was moving away. There was a light in the room. Vera rubbed her eyes, wondering. It was one of her fancies to have no light in her room. Better to lie with horrors she could not see than have the glimmer from a nightlight filling every corner with threatening shadows. Vera sat up in bed, forgetting for the moment that she had a racking headache. Something had happened while she slept. Something was always happening in that house of fears, so that Vera was conscious of no new alarm. In a big easy chair at the foot of the bed Marion reclined, fast asleep. Vera checked an impulse to wake her. In that miserable household sleep was the most blessed of all luxuries. Why, then, should Marion be disturbed? Doubtless she had come there to protect, and doubtless the girl would know all about it in the morning. "I will not wake her," Vera murmured. But she could not sleep herself. The splitting, blinding headache was very much in evidence just now. Vera felt that she would give anything for a glass of cold spring water. She poured out that in her own bottle, but it was flat and tepid. She would go down into the stone-flagged outer kitchen, where the pump was, and get some fresh. In any case, she had not the least idea of going to bed again. Vera partly dressed herself, doing up her hair in a big shining knot, and then, in slippered feet, crept down to the kitchen. She had no need of a light, there was already enough to show the way. How cool and refreshing the water was! She drank a glass and then laved her face in the crystal fluid. All headache was gone by this time, though Vera had a curious trembling of her lower limbs that she could not account for. She opened a side door leading into a green quadrangle, and from there made her way to the terrace. For a few minutes she stood in a dark angle facing the house, just picked out as it was from the gloom. Along the dim corridor someone was advancing with a light. What could it mean? What was going on? Vera crouched close into the dark corner. She had an idea that she was going to witness something. The light in the corridor stopped and grew brighter. From the black shadow of the house a human figure crept out and slid along the terrace to a spot where it was just possible for a man of strong courage and cool head to make his way down to the beach at low tide. At high water the sea swept the foot of the cliff. Vera strained her eyes to make out the figure. It passed so close to her that she might have touched the hem of the white diaphanous garment about it. A faint, sour kind of perfume was in the air. These swiftly flying feet made not the slightest noise. Vera guessed at once that this was one of the Orientals whom she and Geoffrey had seen along the cliffs on a memorable occasion. She was not far wrong. If not the same, they belonged to the same noisome band. Almost before Vera could recover from her surprise, another figure followed. Vera watched with intense eagerness. Slight and frail though she was not in the least afraid. She came from the wrong race for that. She made up her mind to know what was going on, even if she ran into some danger in obtaining the knowledge. And what did that light mean? She was soon to know. Presently another figure came along, a tall figure which in the gloom bore a strong resemblance to Tchigorsky. The figure wore boots and a European dress and did not seek concealment. By its side was yet another figure, also clad in European dress. "You say this is the place?" the latter man whispered in indifferent English. Yes, yes, was the reply, in still more indifferent English. It is to this place that my master, Dr. Tchigorsky, bade me bring you. And there is the signal." The light in the corridor waved again. "I am not satisfied," the stranger muttered. "I am in great danger." "But not here," the other said eagerly. "Nobody knows you are here. The princess has not the least idea of your presence, and Dr. Tchigorsky, my master, bade me hunt for you until I found you, and I have done it." "Oh, yes, you have done it right enough, and Dr. Tchigorsky would not have sent for me unless there had been danger. But why not meet him in daylight in a proper and natural manner?" The other spat gravely on the pavement. "The doctor is a great man," he said. "He knows. Would you have your enemies to guess that you have seen my master? That is why I bring you here at night. That is why there is the great secret." The tall man muttered something that sounded like an acknowledgment of the force and cogency of this reasoning. "I dare say it is all right," he said. "Fetch your master." The servant salaamed and departed in the direction of the house. He returned presently with the information that Tchigorsky had gone along the terrace. There was a summer house a little way off, where Tchigorsky waited. Vera felt her heart beating faster. There was no summer house along the terrace, nothing but a broken balustrade that Rupert Ravenspur was always going to have mended. Over this there was a sheer drop to the sea below. As the pair moved on, Vera followed. Then what followed seemed to happen in the twinkling of an eye. A white-robed figure emerged and flung himself upon the stranger. At the same time the other miscreant, who had acted as Tchigorsky's servant, attacked him from behind. "You rascals!" the stranger cried, speaking this time in French. "So I have been deceived. You are going to throw me over the cliff. There is no escape for me. Well, I don't much mind. The agony of suspense has taken all the sweetness out of life for me. I knew that sooner or later this was bound to come. But I am going to take a toll." The stranger's breath was coming rapidly between his teeth. Vera tried to scream, but no sound emerged from her lips. She stood rooted to the spot, watching what seemed to her a long one-sided struggle. As a matter of fact, it had not lasted more than 10 seconds. Gradually the stranger was forced back. Back and back they forced him to the very edge of the cliff. There was no escape for him now. He reached out 2 long and swinging hands. He grasped 2 arms, one for each of his would-be assassins, and then he jumped backwards. 2 fearful wailing yells rent the air. There was a mocking laugh and silence. Had she really seen this thing, or had she dreamed it? Vera was not sure. Just for a moment her senses left her. When she came to herself again, she crept along to the house, and thence to her bedroom. She locked the door and flung herself upon the bed, pressing her hands to her eyes. "How long will it last?" she murmured. "How long can one endure this and live? Oh, Heaven, is there no mercy for us?" Then the blessed mantle of oblivion fell again. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. Exit Tchigorsky. It seemed to have been tacitly agreed by Geoffrey and Marion that nothing could be gained by telling Vera of the danger that she had escaped. Nothing could be gained by a recital of the dastardly attempt on the previous evening, and only another terror would be added to the girl's life. And heaven knows they all had terrors enough. On the other hand, Vera had made up her mind to say nothing to the family generally as to her startling adventures. Of course, Geoffrey and Ralph Ravenspur would have to know, but the rest were to be kept in the dark. Vera's white face and serious air were accounted for by the headache from which she was palpably suffering. Some of the others understood, and they were full of silent sympathy. "It is nothing," said Vera. "A walk along the cliffs will soon set me right." As she spoke she looked at Geoffrey significantly. He knew immediately that the girl had something important to say to him. He slipped outside, and Vera followed him. Not till they were out of sight of the house did she speak. "Dr. Tchigorsky is still about?" she asked. "Yes, dear," Geoffrey replied. "As a matter of fact, he is hiding in Uncle Ralph's room. He has his own reasons for so doing, but the reasons are to remain a profound secret. I ought not to have told you. You are not to tell anyone." Vera gave a sigh of relief. "I promise that," she said. "And I am exceedingly glad to hear that Dr. Tchigorsky is safe. I was not sure whether I had not seen his murder." Geoffrey regarded Vera in amazement. "Why, you were in your room all night!" he cried. "You were " He was going to say drugged, but he pulled himself up just in time. Vera told her story without further preamble. It was a thrilling story, and none the less so because simply told. "I don't profess to understand it," Vera concluded. "I tell it to you just as it happened. On the whole, I thought it as well to keep the information to myself. I dare say that Dr. Tchigorsky can solve the problem." "He shall have a chance," said Geoffrey. "I'll tell him after luncheon. But I should not tell a soul else this, Vera." "I had no intention, Geoffrey. And now, hadn't we better go back and say good bye to Mrs. May? She is leaving the house directly." Mrs. May did leave the house in the course of the morning, all smiles and blandishments. She had a particularly tender word and squeeze of the hand for Geoffrey, whom she pressed in a whisper to come and see her before long. "I will," Geoffrey replied. "You may rely upon that." It was with a feeling of intense relief that he was rid of her. It seemed hard to believe that the smiling, polished woman of the world, the Doña Cree of Western civilization, should be one and the same with the fanatic princess of the fanatical East. There was something wild and bizarre about the very suggestion. There was one last smile for every one but Marion, who had not appeared, and Mrs. May was gone. Geoffrey made his way up to his uncle's room. There he found the two friends smoking. Tchigorsky looked at him from behind a cloud of thin smoke. "You have news, my young friend," said Tchigorsky. "I see it in your eyes." "I have the most important news," said Geoffrey. "Only it does not convey any impression to me. It is a discovery of Vera's. She had a fine adventure last night. She was not sure whether or not she had seen your murder, Tchigorsky." "Say on," Tchigorsky said calmly. "Say on, my boy." Geoffrey said on accordingly. He fully expected to surprise his hearers, and he was not disappointed. Every word he said was followed with rapt attention. And now can you explain it?" Geoffrey asked eagerly. "To me the explanation is perfectly clear," Tchigorsky replied. "Last night I told you that there were two other parties to the vendetta now in England, and that it was necessary to get them into the net before we close it. That is no longer necessary, for the simple reason that these two men are dead, drowned." "Do you mean that they perished with that stranger last night?" "Certainly I do. A fine determined fellow, whose death I cannot sufficiently deplore, and he had his vengeance upon his foes. If he perished, they perished also." "But who was he, Tchigorsky?" "The other man, my fellow countryman, Voski. Don't you remember me telling you how the princess spoke of him? He has been hunted down at last. They lured him here and destroyed him under the pretense that I wanted to see him. My presumed servant had only to mention my name, and the thing was done." "But why bring him here?" "Because the place is so quiet. Because they wanted to give their mistress, the princess, a pleasant surprise. I don't suppose she knew they were coming." "But the light in the corridor?" "That was a curious and useless coincidence. The light in the corridor was mine. I was looking for something. Neither of those miscreants was ever in the house at all. At the same time, they had naturally been informed where I was. Today they would have gone to their mistress with the pleasing news that they had dispatched Voski. I am certain they were saving the news for her." "What shall you do about it?" asked Geoffrey. "I shall not do anything at present," Tchigorsky replied. "I have a little idea that may work out to our advantage later. Meanwhile nobody knows of the tragedy, and nobody is to know. This afternoon you are going out fishing in a boat, but in reality you are going to look for their bodies. If you can find them all—" "We are certain to find them all," Ralph interrupted. "They will be carried round Gull Reef, on the spit of sand under the caves, and deposited on the beach, whence the tide ebbs at 4 o'clock today. I have not lived here all my life for nothing. We shall find those bodies within a yard of where I say." "And bring them up the cliff!" Geoffrey shuddered. "Ugh!" "You will do nothing of the kind," Tchigorsky said coolly. "Bring Voski, of course, but you are to bury the two ruffians in the sand. It will be easy to do so, and pile some rocks over them afterwards." Geoffrey ventured to suggest that such a course might end disastrously, the officers of the law not to know of it. Tchigorsky waved the suggestion aside contemptuously. It was no time for nice points like these. "Those foul creatures are dead, and there is an end of it," he said. "What can it matter whether there is an inquest held on them or not? If it is, then there will be an end of my scheme. I say you must do this. The future happiness of the family depends upon it. It is also of the utmost importance that Princess Zara does not know of the death of her miscreants." Geoffrey nodded. He began to see daylight, and, after all, the concealment of these bodies was no crime. "What do you say, Uncle Ralph?" he asked. "Say that Tchigorsky is right," Ralph croaked. "Tchigorsky is always right. When we get Voski's body, what shall we do with it?" "Lay it out on the corridor where I can get a look at it," said Tchigorsky. "For the present I do not exist, at least so far as this house is concerned. All you have to do is to follow my directions." the strange pair set out on their excursion in the afternoon. It was a long pull from the village to the cliffs, but it was accomplished at length. The boat was run aground at the least dangerous spot, and Ralph and Geoffrey set out along the sands. The former's step was as free and assured as that of his younger companion. "Ah!" Geoffrey cried. "You are right. There they are." "I knew it," Ralph replied. "See if they are injured." Geoffrey steeled himself to his gruesome task. The three men lay side by side, as if they had been placed so by human hands. As far as Geoffrey could judge, there were no signs of violence on the bodies of either of the two natives. They lay by each other, their faces transfixed with rage and horror. Beyond doubt these men had been drowned, sucked down by the strong current, and then cast up again by the sea, as if in cruel sport. "No hurts on either," Geoffrey muttered. "It is possible. Look at the other one." Geoffrey did so. He saw a face fixed with a grim smile, the smile of the man who can meet death and knows how to punish those who injure them. The face was seared and criss-crossed, just like Tchigorsky's and Ralph Ravensspurs. Indeed, with its strange disfigurement, the dead Russian would have passed for Tchigorsky. The face was black and swollen from an ugly bruise in the forehead. Had not he known the truth, and had any one told Geoffrey that Tchigorsky lay there, he would have believed it. A spade had been placed in the bottom of the boat, and with it 2 deep graves were dug in the sand. Into them the bodies of the Orientals were cast, the sand was made smooth again, and a layer of heavy rocks laid on the top. The body of the Russian was conveyed to the boat and thence to the house. There was nobody to see the mournful entry. All the family were on the terrace. A startled servant or two came forward and gave the necessary assistance to convey the body to the dimly lighted corridor. "Go to the village and fetch the constable," said Geoffrey. "We have found a dead body on the beach." The servant went off. The gallery was deserted. In a few minutes the family would be in the house again, and the story would have to be told. Tchigorsky looked cautiously from his hiding place. "Is the coast clear?" he asked. "Perfectly clear," said Geoffrey. Tchigorsky came forward. For a long time he examined the body. The regret in his face was tempered by a gleam of grim satisfaction. "It is very like you," said Geoffrey. "It is me," Tchigorsky whispered. "You are to recognize it as me. The idea is that I fell over the cliffs in the darkness and was drowned. I will explain later. Somebody comes." Tchigorsky darted off as Marion appeared. She looked white and agitated. "Another horror," she said. "Sims just told me. Who is it?" "I regret to say it is Dr. Tchigorsky," said Ralph. "He must have walked over the cliff in the darkness. See here." Marion bent over the body with a shudder. "Poor fellow," she said tenderly. "Tchigorsky, beyond a doubt." Ralph turned away, as if in grief. But the grin on his face was the grin of Mephistopheles. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Mrs. May is Pleased. Geoffrey was fain to confess that he couldn't quite follow. He turned to Ralph, who once more had recovered his old expression, an expression tinged with profound regret. From the hall below came the tones of Rupert Ravenspur, demanding to know what it was all about. "Go and tell your grandfather," Ralph said quietly. "Everybody who comes near us is fated, it seems. Poor Tchigorsky is no more. He was a mysterious man, and wonderfully reticent as to his past life, but he was the most interesting man I ever met. But I shall never hear anything more about Tibet." "He was a very old friend of yours?" Marion asked. "Not so very old," Ralph replied, "and I should hardly call him a friend. We were mutually interested in certain scientific matters. But as to the marvelous side of things, he told me nothing." Speaking by the letter, this was perfectly true. Tchigorsky had told Ralph nothing, for the simple reason that they had learned and suffered together. "Then why did he come here?" Marion demanded. "To try to solve the mystery. He declared that Orientalism was at the bottom of it. But we shall never know now. Tchigorsky is no more, and such knowledge as he may have possessed has gone down to the sea with him." Marion turned away with a sigh. Slight as their acquaintance had been, she had been drawn to Tchigorsky, she said. Strange that whoever tried to help the house of Ravenspur should come under the ban. "But Tchigorsky was drowned," said Ralph. "No, indeed," Marion replied. "Oh, I know there are no signs of violence on the body. I know how dangerous the broken balustrade is. But I have my opinion all the same." "You are wrong in this case," Ralph said as he walked away. Presently other people began to arrive. For the first time for many years Ravenspur was invaded by strangers, a policeman or two, a fussily polite inspector, a journalist with a colleague, pushing everywhere. They would have interviewed Rupert Ravenspur, but the cold glitter of his eye awed even them. The police let Ralph alone, but Geoffrey was subjected to severe questioning. On the whole he came out of the ordeal better than Ralph had anticipated. "You managed that very well," he said. "I feel horribly mean and guilty. All these prevarications—" "Call them lies if you like," Ralph put in coolly. "It doesn't matter. Think of the good cause. If ever the end may justify the means, it is here. You are deceiving only our enemies. You are injuring nobody. And you are giving Tchigorsky a heaven-sent opportunity." "I doubt it, uncle. Clever as Tchigorsky is, well as he may disguise himself, he will fail. Did not Princess Zara pick you both out at Lassa? That was not quite the same thing. Remember, she knew beforehand that we were going to make the attempt to reach the Holy City. She allowed us to go so far because she is naturally a cruel woman. Moreover, all the time her spies had been dogging our footsteps. Before nightfall she will firmly believe Tchigorsky to be dead, which is a great point in his favor. She does not know that her other two miscreants have met with a deserved fate. Tchigorsky will go to her, passing as one of them, and will tell her a wonderful tale as to how he and his ally compassed Voski's death. He will tell how that death entailed the death of his companion." "It is a fearfully dangerous position." "Oh, it is. But Tchigorsky will not mind that. He loves danger for its own sake, and he will be able to act the character to the life. He speaks the language perfectly. He is up to all the rites and ceremonies. Tchigorsky will not fail." The inquest was appointed for the afternoon. It was not likely to last long, and the verdict in the minds of most people was a foregone conclusion. Tchigorsky had walked out into the darkness, he had stumbled over the cliffs, and there was the end of the matter. Meanwhile the police seemed to have taken possession of the house. And all the time Tchigorsky was seated in a comfortable lounge in Ralph's room, smoking cigarettes and making plans for the future. Geoffrey had gone out after luncheon. He would not be wanted for a full hour, and resented the vulgar curiosity of these strangers. Already some of the jury had arrived, and were critically examining the broken balustrades with an owl-like wisdom which in other circumstances would have been amusing. Geoffrey walked along up the slope toward Jessop's farm. He met a small governess cart drawn by a donkey coming down the hill. In it was Mrs. May, driving slowly along. She pulled up as she saw Geoffrey, and held out her hand. Her face was very clear and bright to-day. "You see, I have already adapted myself to circumstances," she said when Geoffrey had asked politely and feelingly after the injured foot. "The donkey and I are old friends, and Jessop got the cart for me. So I am all right. By the way, what is it I hear about your finding a body down in the sands?" "It is quite true," Geoffrey said gravely. "The body of Dr. Tchigorsky." "Tchigorsky? Dr. Tchigorsky? Do you really mean that?" The smooth velvety voice had risen to a hoarse scream. Disappointment, joy, relief danced across the woman's gleaming eyes. For the moment she seemed to forget that she had a companion. "What a dreadful thing!" she said, catching her natural voice again. "How did it happen?" Geoffrey gave her the details without flinching. "It was a bit of shock for us," he said, "but we are accustomed to them. Of course it will be brought in that the poor fellow met with an accident, but there is not the slightest doubt that the poor fellow was murdered." "Murdered? Why should you say that?" "I don't know. Of course I have no evidence. But Tchigorsky chose to interest himself in our affairs, and he has paid the penalty. That was exactly what Marion said when she saw the body." "So that poor child actually saw the corpse? How terrible!" "Marion did not seem to mind. She is small and slender, but has courage and resolution." Mrs. May nodded. She had received information that was a long way from being distasteful to her. She plied Geoffrey with questions as to what Tchigorsky had said and done, but Geoffrey evaded them all. Tchigorsky had said nothing. He had hinted vaguely at what he was going to do. "I knew him years ago," said Mrs. May. "Oh, indeed," Geoffrey replied. "He never mentioned that." Mrs. May drew a long breath. Evidently she had nothing to fear. Her arch enemy had gone to his account, leaving no mischief behind. Sooner or later the man would have had to be removed. Now he had gone away, saving all the trouble. Really it was very considerate of Tchigorsky. "You might come to the inquest and say he was a friend of yours," said Geoffrey. Mrs. May looked at him sharply. Had she said too much, or did he suspect? But Geoffrey's eyes were clear and innocent of meaning. Mrs. May shuddered. These kind of horrors made her ill, she said. "Pray do not mention that fact," she implored. "It can do no good, and it may cause a great deal of harm." Geoffrey disclaimed every intention of making mischief. Besides, as Mrs. May pointed out, there was his Uncle Ralph. Geoffrey shrugged his shoulders. "It is a hard thing to say," he murmured, "but my poor uncle's testimony would not carry much weight. That accident he had some years ago injured his brain. But he is harmless." Mrs. May exchanged a few more or less banal remarks with her companion and drove on. She had got nothing out of Geoffrey, but he had baffled her and, what was more, had succeeded in lulling a set of lively suspicions to sleep. The inquest turned out as he had anticipated. The suggestion of foul play was never raised. A surgeon testified to the fact that the deceased met his death by drowning, and that the injury to the face was doubtless caused by a fall on the rocks. Beyond that the condition of the body was normal. Geoffrey's evidence was plain and to the point. He had little to say. He repudiated the suggestion that the family enemy had had anything to do with the thing. Dr. Tchigorsky was merely a passing visitor. He had met with an accident, and there was the end of the matter. It was impossible to say more than that. Then, to the manifest disappointment of those who had come prepared to be thrilled with sensational details, the inquest was over almost before it had begun. Directed by the coroner, the jury brought in a verdict of "found drowned," but how the deceased came by his death there was no evidence to show. Rupert Ravenspur rose from his seat and ordered the servants to clear the house. "See that they are all out at once," he said. "Half an hour ago I found 2 women, ladies I suppose they call themselves, in the picture gallery with guidebooks in the hands. Really there is no sense of decency nowadays." The curious crowd were forced back, and once more Ravenspur resumed its normal aspect. "I will see to the burial," Ravenspur said. "The poor man seems to have no friends, and I feel to a certain extent guilty. Geoffrey, you will see that all proper arrangements are made for the funeral?" Geoffrey bowed his head gravely. "Yes, sir," he said. "I will see to that." End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Mrs. May Learns Something. Mrs. May sat among her flowers after dinner. She had dined well and was on the very best of terms with herself. It had been a source of satisfaction to see the body of her worst enemy laid to rest in the village churchyard that afternoon. For years she had planned for the death of that man, and for years he had eluded her. To strike him down foully had been too dangerous, for had he not told her that he was prepared for that kind of death? Had he not arranged it so that a score of savants in Europe should learn the truth within a month of his decease? "And kindly fate has removed him for me," she said as she puffed with infinite content at one of her scented cigarettes. "There is no longer any danger. What have I to fear now from those wise men of the East? Nothing. They will see that Tchigorsky has died a natural death, and will destroy those packets. I can act freely now." A strange look came over the lovely face, a look that boded ill for somebody. Then the whole expression changed as Geoffrey entered. She had seen him that afternoon. She had asked him to come, and he had half promised to do so. That Mrs. May hated the young man and all his race with a fanatical hatred was no reason why, for the present, she should not enjoy his society. She was a strange woman, this Eastern, with a full knowledge of Western ways and civilization. She could be two distinct beings in as many minutes. A moment ago she was a priestess, thirsting for the blood of those who had defiled her creed, for the blood of those to the third or fourth generation, and almost instantly she was the charming hostess she would have been in a country mansion or a West End drawing room. She waved Geoffrey to a seat. "I hardly dared hope you would come," she said. "But now you are here, make yourself at home. There are some of the cigarettes you liked so well, and the claret purchased for me by a connoisseur. I never touch wine myself, but I know you men appreciate it after dinner." Geoffrey took a cigarette and poured himself out a glass of the superb claret. The bouquet of it seemed to mingle with the flowers and scent the room. Geoffrey mentally likened himself to an Italian gallant upon whom Lucretia Borgia smiled before doing him to death. Not that he had any fear of the wine. Mrs. May was a criminal, but she was not a clumsy one. She would never permit herself to take risks like that. Nevertheless, it was very pleasant, for when Mrs. May chose to exercise her fascinations, there was no more delightful woman, and there was always the chance of picking up useful information. Mrs. May touched lightly on Tchigorsky, to which Geoffrey responded with proper gravity. Had Mrs. May known that Tchigorsky himself was not more than a mile away, she would have been less easy in her mind. "No more visions lately?" she asked. "No more," Geoffrey replied. "But they will come again. We are hopelessly and utterly doomed. Nothing can save us. It is to be my turn next." Mrs. May started. There was an expression on her face that was not all sympathy. "What do you mean by that?" she demanded. Geoffrey slowly extracted from his pocket a sheet of paper. He had discovered it in his plate that morning at breakfast time. Long and earnestly it had been discussed by himself and Ralph and Tchigorsky, and it had been the suggestion of the last named that Geoffrey should find some pretext for mentioning it to Mrs. May. "This was by my plate this morning," he said. "I don't mind showing it to you, because you are a good friend of mine. It is a warning." It was a plain half sheet of note paper, the sort sold in general shops at so many sheets a penny. The envelope was to match. Just a few lines had been laboriously printed on the paper. "Take care," it ran. "You are marked down for the next victim, and they are not likely to fail. You are not to go to the sea till you hear from me once more. You are not to venture along the cliffs. If you show this to anybody, I shall not be able to warn you again, and your doom will be sealed. One who loves you." That was all there was. Nothing at the top or the bottom. Mrs. May turned this over with a puzzled face and a hand that shook slightly. Under her smile was another expression, the look of one who has been betrayed and is in a position to lay her hand upon the guilty person. "You are fortunate to have friends with the enemy," she said. "But do you think you were wise to show this to me?" She was playing with him as the cat plays with the mouse. It was a temptation she could not resist, feeling sure that Geoffrey would not understand. But he did, though he did not show it on his face. "Why not?" he asked innocently. "Are you not my friend? Personally, I believe it is a hoax to frighten me. You can keep that paper if you please." "Then you are not going to take any notice of the warning?" asked Mrs. May. There was a note of curiosity, sharp, eager curiosity, in the question. Geoffrey did not fail to notice it, though he shook his head carelessly. "I am going to ignore it, as one should ignore all anonymous letters," he said. "If the writer of that letter thinks to frighten me, then he or she is sadly mistaken. I shall go on with my life as if I had never received it." Mrs. May's lips framed the sentence, "The more fool you," but she did not utter it. It filled her with satisfaction to find that the warning had been ignored, as it had filled her with anger to know that a warning had been received. And Mrs. May knew full well who was the author of that letter. "I don't think that I should ignore it," she said. "It may be a cruel piece of mischief, and, on the other hand, it may be dictated by a generous desire to help you. So the moral is that you are to keep clear of the cliffs and the sea." Geoffrey flicked the ash off his cigarette and laughed. He poured himself out a second glass of the amazing claret. "It is an unusual thing for me to do," he said, "but your claret is wonderful. You speak of the moral. I speak of the things as they are going to be. Tomorrow I shall go out fishing alone as if nothing had happened." "Ah, but you have not spoken of this?" Mrs. May indicated the letter lying on the table. Geoffrey looked at her reproachfully. "Have we not trouble and misery enough in our house without making more?" he asked. "Now, I put it to you as a lady of brains and courage, if you had been in my position, would you have shown that to your family?" Geoffrey lay back in his chair with the air of a man who has put a poser. At the same time he had ingeniously parried Mrs. May's question. As a matter of fact, nobody but Ralph and Tchigorsky had seen the paper, and the latter point blank refused to give his reasons why the letter was to be disclosed to Mrs. May. She looked at Geoffrey with real admiration. "I shouldn't," she said. "Of course you are right and I am wrong. And I dare say you will be able to take care of yourself." He was going to disregard the warning. He was going out alone, and nobody knew what was hanging over his head. Here was a fool of fools, a pretty fellow to assist. Much good that warning had done. Geoffrey rose to his feet. "And now I must go," he said. "Still, I hope to come again." The door closed, and she was alone. Hardly had he departed before a dark figure in a white robe crept out of the gloom of the garden into the room. Mrs. May looked at the ragged-looking stranger fixedly. "Who are you, and whence do you come?" she asked in her native tongue. The man salaamed almost to the ground. "I am Ben Heer, your slave," he said, "and I bring you great news." "Oh," Mrs. May said slowly. "And so you have come at last." End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37 Diplomacy. Mrs. May crossed rapidly and noiselessly to the door and closed it. Not that there was any need for caution, seeing that the primitive household had been abed long ago. But precaution is never wasted. There was coffee in the grate kept hot by means of a spirit lamp. Mrs. May poured out a cup and handed it to her guest. She lay back in her chair, watching him, with a keen glance and the easy, natural insolence, the cruel, cutting superiority of the great over the small. The man stood, his hands thrust into the folds of his loose sleeves, a picture of patient resignation. "How did you get here?" the princess asked. "At the great house in London I asked, O mistress," Ben Heer replied. "I came over, as thou knowest, to do certain work. There was yet another one with me, and when my work was done I came on to tell what thy slave had accomplished." "You have proofs of what you say?" "Else I had not been here. For 2 years we have followed up the track of the victim. It was as if we had searched for one single perch in the whole of a great lake of water. But we never tired and never slept both at the same time. Then at last we got near, and it came to the knowledge of the prey that we were upon him. That was long before the last cold weather that nearly starved us." The man paused and shivered. The princess nodded with careless sympathy. She had never tried a winter in England, but she could imagine what it was. "He knew us at last," Ben Heer resumed. "He met us face to face in the public street, and he knew that his hour had come. A night later he was in Paris. At the same time we were in Paris also. He tried Rome, Vienna, Berlin. So did we. Then he came back to London again. When he did so we knew that he had bowed his face before the All-Seeing and prayed that the end might come speedily." The princess followed all this with impatience. But the man was speaking after the manner of his kind and could not be hurried. He would go to the end without omitting a single detail, and the princess was forced to listen. Despite the Western garb and the evidences of Western life and custom about her, she was no longer Mrs. May, but Princess Zara. She had only to close her eyes, and the droning intonation and passionless voice of the speaker took her back to Lassa again. And the day was near, the day was near, when the goal would be reached. "Once we had him, and once he escaped," Ben Heer went on. "He was a brave man, was Voski, and nothing could break down those nerves of iron. He knew that the end was near. It was in a big house, a house near to London, that we found him. There were servants, and they were glad to have their fortunes told. It was their evening meal on the table when we got there, and the man Voski Sahib was out. Then, behold, after that evening meal the servants slept till the dawn, and at midnight the master returned. He came into his study, and the bright flash of the lightning came at the touch of his fingers." "Electric light," the princess said impatiently. "Go on." "Then he saw us. We knew that he had no weapon. The door we barred. Then Voski, he sit down and light a cigar, smiling, smiling all the time. When we look at him, we see that he moves not so much as a little finger. There was no sign of fear, except that he looked at a little box on the table now and then." "Ah!" the princess cried. "You got it, eh?" Ben Heer made no direct reply. He was not to be hurried. He meant to describe a sordid murder in his own cold-blooded way. Probably he did not regard the thing as a crime at all. He had been acting under the blessing of the priests. "You have come for it?" he asked. We bowed low with respect, saying that we had come for it. He lay back in his chair, making a sign for me to approach. Previously we had told him that it was useless for him to call out to the servants. You did not tell those servants their fortunes in your present garb?" "No, no, my mistress. We no such pigs as that. Sahib Voski bid me approach. My friend had the pie ready on the cloth. It was held to the head of the other, and so he died peacefully in his chair." "Ah, so you say. Where are your proofs?" Ben-Hir slowly withdrew a white packet from the folds of his dress. "What better proof could the slave of my illustrious mistress have?" he asked. "It is here, the precious stone with the secrets of the gods written on it. Behold!" With a slightly dramatic gesture, a glittering fragment of something that looked like green jade was held on high. The princess grasped it eagerly and devoured it with her eyes. Words were pouring in a liquid stream from her lips. She was transformed almost beyond recognition. "At last," she murmured. "At last. But the other one, your companion. How did he die? You say he is dead. How?" Ben-Hir shook his head sadly. "I cannot say," he replied. "It might have been some scheme of the part of Sahib Voski. When we got back to our room in London, we were both dreadfully ill. For days I lie, and when I get better they tell me my poor friend is dead and buried. Then I understood why Voski Sahib smile and smile in that strange way. It was witchcraft, perhaps, or some devil we do not know in the East. But there is the stone." The princess was regarding the shining stone with a besotted enthusiasm that seemed grotesquely out of place with her dress and surroundings. Perhaps this suddenly flashed upon her, for she carefully locked up the stone. "You have done well, Ben-Hir," she said, "and shall not go unrewarded. The worst part of our task is over. The rest is easy." "Then the princess goes not back to Lassa?" Ben-Hir asked. "Oh, not yet, not yet. Not till they are destroyed, root and branch to the smallest twig in the tree. I have not spared myself, and I am not going to spare others. Yet there remain those of the accursed race yonder, the Ravensspurs. They know too much. They have that which I require. I will kill them off. They shall die." "Has my mistress slew her husband when his life was of no more value to her?" "Ah, so you know that. You would not reproach me, Ben-Hir?" "Does the slave reproach the master who keeps his carcass from the kennel?" Ben-Hir asked as he bowed low. "My mistress was right. Her hands were washed whiter than the snow in the blood of the Christian. It was well. It was just." "Then you shall help me, for there is much to be done. Take this ring. Place it on your finger and go to the others. They are outside waiting. Give them the call thus." The princess made a faint noise, like the drowsy call of a bird, and Ben-Hir caught it up at once. He had heard it many times before. Then he slipped out like a cat in the darkness, and presently the call came from the gloom. A moment later it was answered, and then all was still again. Mrs. May, who had discarded the princess for a moment, closed her window, drew the blinds, and lighted a cigarette. It was a glad night for her. "So those two are out of the way," she murmured. "The road is clear at last, clear to the vengeance that must be mine. And with the vengeance comes the wealth that should make me a feared and dreaded power in the East. Give me but the wealth and Lassa shall be my footstool." End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. Geoffrey Gets a Shock. Ralph Ravenspur had wandered along the cliffs, and Geoffrey had followed him. The latter came up to the blind man at the loneliest part of the rugged granite, and there for a time they sat. Ralph was graver and more taciturn than usual, till presently his head was raised, and he seemed to be listening to something intently. "What is the matter?" Geoffrey asked. "Somebody is close to us," Ralph explained. "Somebody is creeping up to us in the gorse. Nay, you need not move. We are safe here on this bare ledge. There is one thing there is no cause to fear in dealing with these miscreants, and that is firearms. Weapons of that description make a noise, and your Oriental hates noise when he is out on the kill. Ah, what did I tell you? Somebody is close by." A figure rose out of the gorse, a slender figure with a ragged beard and brown face. The stranger crept along and dropped by Geoffrey's side. "Don't be alarmed," he said. "It is only I, Tchigorsky." Geoffrey was astonished, though he had no occasion to be. Ralph took the matter coolly. "I expected something like this," he said. "I knew you would desire to see me, and that is why we came along the rocks." Tchigorsky lay on his back puffing at a cigarette. "Keep your eyes open," he said to Geoffrey. "One can't be too particular. Not that there is any danger, for I've sent those two wretches off on a wild goose chase for an hour or two, and the she-devil is down with one of her blinding headaches. You wouldn't think she was a woman whose heart is in a weak state, eh?" "I shouldn't have supposed she had one," said Geoffrey. "Have you seen her?" "I was in her company for a long time last night," Tchigorsky explained. "I posed as one of the murderers of Voski. I gave her proofs of my success." "The forged Garuda stone," Ralph chuckled. "The same," Tchigorsky said gravely. "It was a magnificent forgery, and calculated to deceive these pious, murderous old rascals at Lassa. At any rate, I am now deep in the confidence of the princess, and attached to her subordinates, who are pledged to assist in wiping out the Ravenspur family." Geoffrey sighed involuntarily. He would have liked to know why this vendetta aimed at his family, but he knew that the question would be useless. Still, he felt that a great deal had been gained during the last few hours. "Have you learned what the latest villainy is?" Ralph asked. "Not yet. There is much uneasiness and alarm felt over the recent failures, and my dusky allies are getting a little frightened. For the next day or two I expect we shall lie low and plan some big coup. What I want to secure now are the princess's private papers. I know she has them, and is in regular communication with the priests at Lassa. Give me these, and I can expose the whole plot. Let me wipe these three people out, and then Lassa shall get a hint that will save further trouble from that quarter. A hint from the India Office that any more rascality will mean an expedition to Lassa, and the destruction of their temples will suffice. But first I must have my proofs. Without proofs I am helpless." "Find them," Ralph croaked. "Find them. Never mind the scandal. Never heed what people may say. Bring the matter home. Hang those wretches, and we shall never more be troubled by this plague from the East. If I had my way, I would shoot the whole lot." "And be hanged for your pains," Tchigorsky replied. "Ah, my friend, there are serious flaws in the criminal laws of this fine country of yours. Patience, patience. I shall find out everything in time." "There is one thing I am curious to know," said Geoffrey. "I want to know who was the girl on the cliff with Mrs. May that afternoon, the girl who has such an amazing likeness to Marion. Have you discovered that, Tchigorsky?" "That is what I am trying to get at myself," Tchigorsky replied with great gravity. "It is one of the mysteries of the campaign." Geoffrey said no more on the point, chiefly because he had no more to say. Yet it was haunting him now, as it had done for some time past. It filled his mind as he made his way down the cliffs after luncheon. And then, to his surprise, as he gained the sands, he saw a figure rise from the rocks and flit along the beach until it flashed round a distant point. It was the girl who bore that surprising resemblance to Marion. She was dressed, as before, in a blue skirt and red tam o' shanter. With a sudden impulse Geoffrey followed. His feet flew over the heavy sands, making no noise. As he turned the rocky point he saw no signs of the girl, but there on the beach, with her sketch book on her knee, was Marion herself, so deeply interested in manipulating her water colours that she did not see Geoffrey till he hailed her. "Did you see her?" Geoffrey gasped. Marion smiled at his excited face. "See whom?" she asked. "Oh, yes, some girl did pass me, but I was so busily engaged that I did not look up. How do you think my sketch is progressing? I have been at it all the morning. Vera made me a small bet that I should not finish it to-day, so I am going to win my bet, or perish in the attempt." Geoffrey was hardly listening. He recollected that there had been some little chaff at luncheon over some sketch, but he had paid little heed to the subject. "It was the same girl," he said. "The girl so like you. Oh, Marion, how unfortunate you did not look up!" "It was indeed," Marion replied. She appeared to be deeply interested. "I would have given anything to see her. But it is not too late. Put my materials in your boat, Jeff, and I will follow up the cliffs. I can't be very much use, I'm afraid, but at any rate I may solve this much of the mystery." Geoffrey returned to his boat. It seemed very strange to him that Marion should not have seen the girl, and also that on each occasion these two should have been so close together without meeting. Geoffrey pushed his boat out, got his sails up, and then stood out for the bay. It was very quiet, and no other boats were to be seen. One or two of the upper windows of the castle were visible from there, but no other signs of habitation. The breeze freshened as Geoffrey reached the open sea. Some distance from him a pile of wreckage covered with a mass of seaweed floated on the water. "I'll anchor here and get my lines out," said Geoffrey. He luffed, and as he did so a puff of wind filled the sail. The mast gave an ominous crack, and the whole thing snapped and went by the board. Geoffrey stared with widely open eyes. The wind was as nothing, barely enough to belly the sail. Then he looked down and saw that the mast had been almost sawn away. Somebody had cut it nearly through, so that the first puff would suffice. Geoffrey felt vaguely alarmed and uneasy. He was a good 4 miles from shore, and was an indifferent swimmer. The sea was too dangerous and rough for bathing. There might be further treachery. He sat down and pulled hard at the oars with the idea of returning to the beach again. As he bent his back to the work, he toppled over the seat with two short stumps in his hands. The oars, too, had been sawed through, and Geoffrey was helpless, 4 miles from land in an open boat, with no means of progress and nobody in sight. The position was alarming. There would be nothing for it but to wait until some passing craft came along and picked him up. But the time went by without any sign of a boat, and starvation might be the result. Nor was the position improved when it began to dawn upon Geoffrey that the boat was filling fast. He saw that a large hole had been bored in the bottom and filled with some kind of substance that slowly dissolved in the water. With a tin dipper, Geoffrey worked away with all his might, but he could only keep the water from rising higher, and knew that the exertion would soon tell upon him. "Help!" he cried. "Help! Help! Help!" He ceased to call as suddenly as he had begun. What was the use of calling so long as nobody could hear him? And why waste the breath that would be so precious to him later? He could not see that the mass of wreckage and seaweed had drifted close to the boat. He saw nothing till a line thrown into the boat struck him smartly on the face. He looked up. "Can you manage to keep her afloat?" a hoarse voice came from the wreckage. "For an hour, perhaps," Geoffrey replied. "Why?" "That will do," said the other. "I've got a paddle here. Hitch the rope onto the nose of the boat and bail out for all you are worth. This is another of the princess's little tricks. I expected it. Only it hasn't turned out quite the way that I anticipated. Now bail away." "Tchigorsky!" Geoffrey gasped. "Tchigorsky!" "Very much at your service. I rigged up this contrivance this morning and pushed off with it not long before you came down. But never mind me. Stick to your dipper, and I'll tell you all about it when we are ashore." It was hard and weary work for both of them, but it was accomplished at last. Geoffrey was utterly exhausted when the boat was safely beached, and Tchigorsky, too, felt the effect of his exertions. He lifted himself cautiously off his raft and made a dart for one of the caves. Inside he had dry clothing, long flowing robes, wig, and hair for his face, pigments that changed the hue of one hemisphere to that of another. Geoffrey, limp and exhausted, watched the artistic transformation with admiration. "It's wonderful," he said. "But then you are a wonderful man, Tchigorsky. How did it all happen? Who did it?" Tchigorsky smiled as he touched up his face. "It was inspired by a woman and carried out by a woman," he said. "I dared not warn you before you started, and, indeed, I expected further developments. But a woman doctored your boat for you." Geoffrey started as an idea came to him. "Was she young and good-looking?" he asked. "Dressed in—" "Dressed," Tchigorsky smiled, "in a blue serge dress and a red tam-o'-shanter. I need not ask if you have met the lady before." End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. Princess Zara's Terms. Geoffrey had no reason to fear anything from his adventure in the way of catching cold, seeing that beyond his feet he was not in the least wet. but the exertion had brought the great beads to his forehead, and he lay at the entrance of the cave exhausted. Meanwhile Tchigorsky had appeared again clad in the long oriental robes that suited him so well. Even in the strong light that filtered through a crack onto his face, Geoffrey found it impossible to recognize him. "Are you feeling better?" he asked. "All right," Geoffrey gasped. "I'm a little bit pumped, of course." Tchigorsky pointed to the boat pulled over the ledge of rock. "Then oblige me by shoving her off and letting her sink in shallow water," he said. "It is not pleasant, and may cause your friends a great deal of anxiety, but for a little while it will be necessary for the world to regard you as one who has met with a watery grave." "But surely this does not apply to my family?" Geoffrey asked anxiously. "To your family most of all," said Tchigorsky coolly. "It is all part of the scheme. My dear boy, I am the last man in the world to cause unnecessary suffering. Goodness knows I have had enough of my own. But one must be cruel to be kind sometimes. I have worked out the scheme. I have seen the enemy's cards, and I am playing mine accordingly. I tell you the step is imperative." "But Vera," Geoffrey groaned. "It will kill Vera. In normal circumstances the shock would be great. With a girl who has been so awfully tried, the news may mean loss of reason." "I have thought of that," Tchigorsky said. "At least your Uncle Ralph and I have worked it out between us. Miss Vera is not to know anything of our scheme, but she is to know that you are safe and well. Come, I fancy you can trust Ralph Ravenspur." Geoffrey nodded. He felt easier in his mind. Not that he was satisfied, but it would be flying in the face of Providence to interfere with the delicate and deeply laid scheme of a man like Tchigorsky. "All right," he said. "I'll do as you desire." "Then push the boat off without further delay. You will understand why I don't want to be seen in the matter. Go, before anyone comes along." Geoffrey went obediently. He had not much fear of anybody passing. Nevertheless, he did not neglect proper precautions. As he reached the cave again, he found Tchigorsky lying on a heap of dry seaweed, smoking a cigarette. "I suppose I have to thank Mrs. May for this?" Geoffrey asked. "For this and other things," Tchigorsky nodded. "I knew it was coming. In fact, very little can happen now that I am not in a position to discount. My ruse succeeded capitally. Behold in me, Ben here, one of the two miscreants who succeeded in destroying Voski. My colleague perished in the attempt." "The princess is convinced of that?" "Absolutely. She is certain that I, Sergius Tchigorsky, have gone over to the great majority. Besides, I have placed proof of my alleged crime in her hand. The Garuda stone all the fuss was about. It is a clever imitation, but that is beside the question." "So you have been taken into her confidence?" "Well, not exactly that. But every new scheme is relegated so far as details are concerned to some of us, and therefore I am in a position to discount the future. In ordinary circumstances I should simply have warned you against going fishing today, and thus checkmated the foe again, but that would have been inartistic. Besides, I wanted the princess to regard you as another victim. Hence the whole of this rather cheap dramatic business. You will come to life again in a few hours, when we shall have to be guided by events." "Who was it who tampered with the boat?" "You will learn in good time. Let us meanwhile assume that it was the work of one of my dusky companions. For the present you and I remain where we are, till dark probably, when it will be possible to smuggle you up to your uncle's room. I have not been regardless of your creature comforts. Here are cold meat and a bottle of champagne. We dine together." Geoffrey accepted his portion with resignation. And Tchigorsky was an entertaining companion. There was no dullness in his presence. "Very well," Geoffrey said as he lighted a cigarette. "We are safe here. Now's the time for a further recital of your thrilling adventures in Lassa." "Agreed," Tchigorsky cried. "Where did I leave off?" "You had been gagged and bound at the instigation of the princess." "True. It is also true that but for the intervention of the same princess we should have been torn to pieces on the spot, and incidentally I may mention that would have resulted in the absolute extinction of the House of Ravenspur. The men who a moment before had been grave, reserved priests were transformed instantly into raging fiends. Had they been possessed by devils they could not have flamed out more suddenly. They were mad to know that the secrets of all ages had passed into the hands of Christian dogs who had defiled their altars. And yet much the same kind of barbarous fanaticism has been displayed in civilized dominions. They were not any worse than the bigots who burned your English martyrs. We should have been torn to pieces on the spot, as I told you, but for the authority of the princess. So commonplace a death did not suit her ideas of the eternal fitness of things. Many and many a time afterwards, when racked by agony, I deeply deplored that supposed act of clemency. It would have been a far more merciful death. Well, we were spared for the moment, and cast into a loathsome dungeon, where we were overrun with vermin, great rats which we had constantly to drive off, and spiders whose bite was very painful. How long we lay without food, I don't know. Anyway, it seemed days. Perhaps it was only so many hours. Try lying in the pitch dark fighting with nameless unseen terrors, and see how many bitter years can be crammed into a minute. And yet we knew there was far worse to come. But for the fact that we were together and could cheer the black hours with the sound of each other's voices, we should have gone mad. One moment we were cast down in the depths of gloom, the next we prayed for death. Anon we laughed and sang sketches of gay songs. We were not insane, but were treading perilously near to the borderland. Then, after many years, or so it seemed to us, they fetched us again. We were not led into the banqueting hall, but to a long, low, vault-like place on the floor, of which were two shallow tanks or baths, covered over with a frame of iron, and from the frame of iron ran long sliding rods, for all the world like a bird's cage, only the sliding wires of the cage ran far into the room. Around these cages were glowing charcoal fires, the greater part of the sliding bars or wires growing red and crocus blue from the heat. What did it mean? I wondered. I was very soon to know. Tchigorsky drew a deep breath, and a shudder passed over his powerful frame. The moisture on his forehead was not due to the heat alone. On a throne of stone the princess was seated. A few of the higher grade priests were grouped around her. Evidently they had been discussing us, and had made up their minds. We were not going to be tried, even. "Stand there," the princess commanded. Dogs, do you want to live?" Ralph Ravenspurs said nothing. He was ever a man of few words. "We have no desire to die," I replied. "Nothing that breathes ever has. Even if I were an old man with one foot in the grave, the desire for life would be as strong upon me as it is now." The princess smiled. I will not try to describe that smile. If you had seen it, you would have given 10 years of your life to forget it again. "It is in your hands to live," the woman said. "It is for you to say whether or not you return to your people. But you shall not carry our cherished secrets to the West. You shall live, you shall go free, but you shall take no memory of the past with you." I guessed at once what she meant. There were attendants upon the priests, poor fools who fetched and carried, who would undertake errands one at a time, but who had no reasoning powers, no wits of their own. They were not born idiots, they had been made so. They are put under drugs, a portion of the scalp is removed, and then some small fragment of the brain is destroyed. We could have our liberty if we chose, but at what price? We could go free, but for the rest of our lives we should never know the blessed light of reason again. I tell you, it came to me like a cold shock and turned me faint and giddy. As I glanced at my companion, I saw that he was ghastly as myself. What use was life to us under such conditions? And the fiends were equal to the cruelty of getting us to consent to this operation, and then detaining us afterwards. We should be a mockery among them and a warning to others. There was no reason to discuss this defined cruelty, this vile offer. We glanced at each other and shook our heads. Far better death than this. We knew how to die. We could have drawn our revolvers and shot each other, then and there. But we did not. While there was life, there was hope. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. The Iron Cage. Tchigorsky made a long pause before he resumed his story. His nerves appeared to require composing. It was impossible to shake off the horror of the past. At length he went on again. "I saw the cruel light flame into the eyes of the princess. I saw that she was pleased and yet sorry to learn our decisions. She gave a sign, and we were brought nearer to her. "'You understand what your refusal means?' she said. "'You have been here long enough to know how carefully our secrets are guarded, and also how we punish those who try to read them. Where are those scripts?' "'We had no scripts, and I said so. As a matter of fact, such formula and papers as we had managed to become possessed of had been smuggled beyond Lassa to Ralph Ravenspurs' servant, Elphick, who had conveyed them to a place of safety. But my statement was without effect. "'Strip them,' she said, "'and put them in the baths.' We were going to learn then what those cages were for. "'There is no need to remove our clothing,' I cried. "'We will do it ourselves.' I was afraid our revolvers should be discovered, or the cartridges be rendered useless by immersion. Ralph seemed to understand, for, like myself, he quickly discarded his robes and slippers and professed himself to be ready. Then the grating was raised, and we were placed on our backs in a shallow bath formed in the shape of a coffin, and not more than 10 inches deep. At first the baths were empty, but gradually they were filled with water until we had to raise our faces and press them against the bars to breathe. I thought that we were to be suffocated in this shallow water. A dreadful idea that filled me with stifling anxiety, but there was worse to come." Again Tchigorsky paused and wiped his brow. "The suspense was torture. The terrible uncertainty of what was going to happen was agony. Imagine being drowned with the bare half-inch of water over your lips and nostrils. I turned my head a fraction of an inch on one side, and then I saw that the water could not rise quite high enough to drown me without overflowing the edge of the bath. Evidently this was but the first chapter in the book of lessons. We could breathe by placing our faces against the bar. What next? There was no occasion to ask the question. Though my heart was drumming like the wings of an imprisoned fly, and though there was the roar of a furnace in my ears, I could make out the crack and rattle of machinery, and the bars over the cage began to move. My face, to escape the water, was so closely pressed to the bars that the friction was painful. The bars slid along, and as they did so, I remembered the long projecting ends which were glowing yellow and blue in the braziers. My heart ceased drumming and then seemed to stand still for the moment. I had guessed the riddle. A second later and the horizontal bars over my face were white hot. Here was the situation then. I had either to press my face against those cruel bars or drown in a few inches of water. Could the mind of a man imagine a more diabolical torture? I cried aloud. I believe my friend did also, but I cannot say. My face flinched involuntarily from the scar of the blistering iron. I held my breath till the green and red stars danced before my eyes. Flesh and blood could stand it no longer, and I was literally bound to raise my head. Into the flesh, as you have seen for yourself, those hot barriers pressed, while I filled my lungs with a deep draught of delicious air. But the agony was so great that I had to go down again. The water cooled the burns for the moment, but you can imagine how it intensified the agony afterwards. When I raised myself again the bars were cool, but only for an instant, for they came hot once more, this time in a horizontal direction. The same ghastly business was enacted. Again there was the sense of semi-suffocation, again the long draught of pure air and the pain from the bars. And then, while wondering, half delirious, how long it could last, something gave way, and I fainted. That I deemed to be death, but it was nothing of the kind. When I came to, I was lying on the floor writhing in agony from my wounds. Fortunately, I had not lost my sight, nor had Ralph at that time. He was to discover later that the injuries received were fatal to his eyes. He was lying by my side and groaning with pain, like myself. A more hideous and more repulsive sight than my companion's face I never wished to look upon. And doubtless he had the same thoughts of me. But I did not think of that at the moment. We were alone. I staggered to my feet and across to the door. It was fastened, of course. For a time we were too maddened by pain to take heed of anything, but gradually reason came back to us. My first idea was of revenge. Ralph had grasped for his robes, and his revolver was in his hand. "Heaven help the first man who comes in," he yelled. Like a drunken lunatic, I applauded the sentiment. For a minute we were both mad as the drugged Malay who runs amok. Fortunately, nobody did come in for some time, and gradually wiser counsel prevailed. We slipped into our garments and hid our revolvers. Then from raging madmen we passed to tears. We were so spent and exhausted that we cried like little children. But men like ourselves are not easily daunted. The pain was still great, but this only stimulated our desire to live and gain the better of those who had so cruelly used us. Later a priest conducted us into another room, where the princess awaited us. She smiled as she looked at our faces. That smile was nearly the end of her. Many a time since have I regretted that I didn't finish her career then and there. Had she betrayed the least sign of fear, I should have done so, and by so doing your people would have been saved many a bitter sorrow. "At the expense of your life," Geoffrey said. Tchigorsky shrugged his shoulders. "What matter?" he said. "The few suffer for the many. Well, as I was saying." The speaker paused suddenly, as his eye caught something moving along the beach. It was the figure of a woman creeping along, as if in search of some missing object. She proceeded very slowly until she approached the spot where the boat lay filled and sunk, and then she paused abruptly. For a minute she stood fascinated by the sight. Then she flung her hands high in the air, and a bitter wailing cry escaped her. If she had been a fisherman's wife, suddenly brought face to face with the dead body of her husband or lover, her wail of anguish had not been more poignant. "Who can she be?" Geoffrey asked. Tchigorsky said nothing. The woman stood with her hands raised. As she turned and ran toward the cliffs, moaning as she went, Geoffrey started. "Marion!" he said. "Marion!" He would have dashed forward, but Tchigorsky restrained him. "That is not your Marion," he said. "Your Marion does not dress like that." Geoffrey looked again. It was Marion, and yet not Marion. It was the girl in the blue serge dress and red tam o' shanter who resembled her so strikingly. What did this girl know about him, and why did she stand wailing over his boat? He felt he must solve this mystery. "Sit down," Tchigorsky said slowly. "Sit down." "But," Geoffrey cried, "I insist upon knowing—" "And spoiling everything. Sit down, I say, or I shall have to detain you. I don't fancy you would care to measure your strength with mine." Geoffrey dropped into his seat. "Perhaps not," he said. "I don't believe you want me to know who that girl is." "I have heard worse guesses," Tchigorsky said dryly. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. Waiting. They were growing uneasy at the castle. There was a forced cheerfulness about the small party that testified to the nervous tension that held them. For some years now there had been a tacit understanding on the subject of punctuality. Such a thing was necessary when any moment might precipitate the next catastrophe. The mere fact of anybody being late for 5 minutes sufficed to put the rest in a fever. And Geoffrey had not come in to tea at all. The thing was almost in itself a tragedy. Geoffrey was always so considerate of others. Nothing in the world would have induced him to stay away without first saying he was going to do so, or sending a message. And tea had been a thing of the past for a good hour. What could have become of him? Nobody asked the question, but it was uppermost in the minds of all. Vera was chattering with feverish gaiety, but there was a blazing red spot on her ghastly white face, and her eyes were wild and restless. Marion had slipped away. The only one who betrayed no anxiety was Ralph. He sat sipping his chilled tea as if he had the world to himself and there was nobody else in it. Presently, with one excuse or another, all slipped away until Vera was alone with Ralph. He was so quiet that she had almost forgotten his presence. When she thought herself alone, she rose to her feet and paced the room rapidly. She pressed her hands to her throbbing temples. "God spare him," she whispered. "Spare him to me. Oh, it is wicked to feel like this, and so utterly selfish. But if Geoffrey dies, I have nothing to live for." The tears rose to her eyes, tears of agony and reproach and self-pity. Ralph crossed the room silently. He was upon the girl ere she had heard the soft fall of his footsteps. He laid a hand on Vera's arm. "Geoffrey is not going to die," he said. Vera suppressed a scream. She might have cried out, but something in the expression of Ralph's face restrained her. "Are you sure of that?" she asked. "As sure as one can be certain of anything, child. We are alone?" "There is nobody else here, uncle." "One cannot be too careful," Ralph muttered. "Then Geoffrey is safe." "Thank heaven. You have sent him somewhere, uncle?" "No, I have not sent him anywhere. And you are not to ask any questions. I have told you so much to spare you the agony and suspense that will overtake the others. I tell you because, had you not known, the mental strain might have broken you down," continued Ralph. "Before long it will be proved almost beyond a demonstration that Geoffrey has become a victim to the family foe. There will be evidence to convince a jury, but all the time Geoffrey will be safe." Vera said nothing. She could only gasp. Ralph's hand lay on her shoulders with a grip that was not devoid of pain. "You are not to show your feelings to anyone," he croaked. "You are not to betray your knowledge by a single sign. Ah, if I could tell you how much depends upon your courage, reticence, and your silence." "I think you can trust me, Uncle Ralph." "I think I can, dear. I like the ring of your voice. You are to be quiet and subdued, as if you were unable to comprehend the full force of the disaster. Much, if not everything, depends upon the next few hours. Now go, please." Ralph slipped away into the grounds. A little later he was making his way along the cliffs toward the village. For a brief time Vera stood still. She was trying to realize what Ralph had said. What did it mean? She asked herself again and again. But she could find no answer to the puzzle. Still, Geoffrey was safe. Whatever sensation the next few hours might produce, Geoffrey had come to no harm. It would be hard to see the others suffer, hard to witness their grief and not lighten it by so much as a sign. But Ralph had been emphatic on this point. Had he not said that everything hinged upon her reticence and silence? Vera went slowly to her room, her feet making no sound on the thick pile carpet. A flood of light streamed through the stained glass windows into the corridor. In the big recess at the end a white figure lay face downward on the cushions. Vera approached softly. She saw the shoulders rise and fall, as if the girl lying there were sobbing in bitter agony. It was Marion, Marion the ever cheerful. Surely her grief must be beyond the common. "Marion," Vera whispered. "Dear Marion." She bent over the prostrate figure with heartfelt tenderness. Marion raised her face at length. It was wet with tears and her eyes were swollen. At first she seemed not to recognize Vera. "Go away," she said hoarsely. "Why do you intrude upon me like this? Am I never to have a minute to myself? Am I always to carry the family troubles on my shoulders?" She spoke fiercely, with a gleam in her eyes that Vera had never seen before. She drew back, frightened and alarmed. It seemed incredible that gentle Marion could repulse her like this. But she did not go. Marion was beside herself with grief. She did not know what she was saying. It was impossible to leave her in this condition. "You are grieving for Geoffrey," she said. "He will come back to us." "Geoffrey is dead," Marion wailed. "He will never come back. And I—" She paused. She had not lost control of herself entirely, but the look in her eyes, the expression of her face, the significant pause, told Vera a story. It burst upon her with the full force of a sudden illumination. "Marion," she whispered, "you love him as well as I do." So her secret was known at last. And Marion was only a woman, after all. The selfishness of her grief drove away all other emotions. "As you do!" she cried. "What do you with your gentle nature know of love? You want the wild hot blood in your veins to feel the real fire of a lasting, devouring affection. I tell you I love him 10,000 times more than you do. Look at me. I am utterly lost and abased with my grief and humiliation. Am I not an object of pity? Geoffrey is dead, I tell you. I know it. I feel it. Love him as you do. And you stand there without so much as a single tear for his dear memory." Vera flushed. The words stung her keenly. How cold and callous Marion must think her! And yet Marion would have been equally cold and self-contained had she known, and it was impossible to give her a single hint. "My heart and soul are wrapped up in Geoffrey," she said. "If anything happens to him I shall have nothing to live for. But I am not going to give way yet. There is still hope, and I shall hope to the end." Marion sat up suddenly and dried her tears. "You are a reproach to me," she said with a watery smile. "Not one word of reproof has passed your lips, and yet you are a reproof to me. And to think that you should have learned my secret! I could die of shame." Vera kissed the other tenderly. "Why?" she asked. "Surely there is no shame in a pure and disinterested affection." "From your point of view, no," said Marion. "But if you could place yourself in my position you would not regard it in the same light. I have cared for Geoffrey ever since I came here. All along I have loved him. I knew that he was pledged to you, and knew that he could never be anything to me, and still I loved him. Who shall comprehend the waywardness of a woman's heart? And now he is dead." Once more the tears rose to Marian's eyes. She rocked herself to and fro, as if suffering from bitter anguish. "I do not believe that Geoffrey is dead," said Vera. "Something tells me that he will be spared. But why go on like this? Anybody would imagine that you had something to do with it from the expression of your face." Marian looked up suddenly. "Something to do with it?" she echoed dully, mechanically. "I wasn't speaking literally, of course," Vera went on. "But your curious expression." "What is curious about my expression?" "It is so strange. It is not like grief so much as remorse." Marian broke into a queer laugh, a laugh she strangled. As she passed her handkerchief across her face, she seemed to wipe out that strange expression. "I hope remorse and I will remain strangers for many a long day," she said more composedly. "It is so difficult to judge from faces. And I must try to be brave, like yourself. I have never given way before." "I believe you are the bravest of us all, Marian." "And I that I am the greatest coward. I have even been so weak as to allow the secret of my life to escape me. Vera, I want you to make me a most sacred promise." "A dozen, if you like, dear." "Then I want you to promise that Geoffrey shall never know of your discovery. At no time are you to tell him. Promise." Marian looked up eagerly and met Vera's eyes. They were clear and true and honest. They were filled with frankness and pity. "I promise from my heart," she said. "Not now nor at any time shall Geoffrey know what I have learned today." Marian blessed the speaker tenderly. "I am satisfied," she said. "He will never know." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. The Search. Mrs. May sat out on the lawn, before the rose-garlanded windows of her sitting-room. A Japanese umbrella was over her dainty head, a scented cigarette between her lips. For some time she had been long and earnestly sweeping the sea with a pair of binoculars. She rose at length and made her way down the garden. There was a rugged path at the bottom, terminating in a thicket that overhung the cliffs. Here it would be possible for a dozen men to hide without the slightest chance of being discovered. Nobody ever went there by any chance. Shaded from the house, Mrs. May paused. A softened whistle came from her lips, and then there came from the ground the dusky form of the man who called himself Ben Heer. He salaamed profoundly. "Well?" the woman demanded impatiently. "Well?" "Well, indeed, my mistress," the sham Ben Heer replied calmly. "It fell out as you arranged. Behold, a puff of wind carried away the masts, and behold the oars came into fragments. Then the boat began to fill, and now lies bottom upward at the foot of the cliff." "But he might have been a powerful swimmer." "He was no swimmer at all. I saw everything." "It was not possible for him to be picked up?" "Not possible, my mistress. There was no boat, no sail to be seen. The boat foundered, and there was an end of it. I waited for some time, and I saw no more." Mrs. May nodded carelessly. She might have been receiving the intelligence of the drowning of a refractory puppy. She betrayed neither regret nor satisfaction. "Of course they will guess," she said. "When they come to examine the boat and the oars, they will see at once that there has been foul play. Once more they will know that the enemy has struck a blow." "My mistress is all powerful," Ben Heer murmured. "They will try to trace us once more, Ben Heer." The sham Asiatic shrugged his shoulders carelessly. "And they will fail," he said. "They know not the powers arrayed against them. The dogs know not my gracious mistress. Meanwhile thy slave can see through the bushes that somebody awaits your presence." Mrs. May glanced in the direction indicated by Ben Heer. On the lawn Rupert Ravenspur was standing. The woman smiled. There was the head of the hated house actually seeking out the foe. "Your eyes are sharper than mine," she said. "Well, you have need of them. Meanwhile, you had better discreetly disappear for the time." Mrs. May advanced to greet her guest. He bowed with his old-fashioned grace. "This is an unexpected honor," the woman said. "I can claim nothing of the score of politeness or gallantry," Rupert Ravenspur replied. He was quiet and polished as usual, but there was a look of deep distress on his face. "I came here not to see you, but in the faint hope of finding my nephew Geoffrey. I have ascertained that he came to see you sometimes." "He has been so good," Mrs. May murmured. "I assure you I appreciate the company of a gentleman in this deserted spot." "Then he has not been here today?" "I have not had the pleasure of seeing Mr. Geoffrey today." Ravenspur groaned. He turned his face away ashamed that a woman should see him in a moment of weakness. Out of the corner of her eye she regarded him. There was not a drop of pity in her heart for him. "I hope you don't anticipate anything wrong," she said. "Mr. Geoffrey is not a boy that he cannot—" "Oh, you do not understand. It is not that at all. In ordinary circumstances I could trust Geoffrey to the end of the world. He is a good fellow, and capable of taking care of himself and upholding the family honor. But others as strong and more cunning have fallen before the dreaded foe, until all confidence has left us. I fear much that harm has come to Geoffrey." "But surely in the broad daylight—" "Daylight or darkness, it is the same. You know nothing of the boy?" "Nothing, save that he was going fishing today." Ravenspur started. "Oh!" he cried. "Then I shall soon know the worst. I am sorry to have troubled you. I will go down to the beach. The others are searching in all directions. Nobody will return to the house until we know the lad's fate." Ravenspur bowed and was gone. Mrs. May smiled after him. So the castle was going to be left for the time being. "This is a chance not to be lost," she murmured. "The full run of the castle. Fate is playing into my hands with a vengeance." Full of the wildest apprehension, Ravenspur made his way to the beach. It was no easy task for a man of his years, but he made light of it as he used to half a century ago. Two fishermen coming up touched their hats. "Have you been out to the west of Gull Point today?" Ravenspur asked. "No, sir," was the reply. "Not one of us. The mackerel came in from the east, and there were so many we had every bottom afloat. I did hear as Mr. Geoffrey had gone out in the West Bay, but I can't say for sure." Again Ravenspur groaned. No longer had he the least doubt about what had happened. There had been more foul play, and Geoffrey had gone down under the dark waters. The old man's heart was full to bursting, but his grief was for Vera more than for himself. "I am afraid there has been another one of those tragedies that are so mournfully identified with our name," he said. "Wass and Watkins, will you come with me?" The fishermen dropped the brown tangled nets upon their shoulders and followed. They were all tenants, vassals almost, of the Ravensspurs, and ready to do their bidding. The foe would have had a hard time did he fall into the clutches of these veterans. "I am going down to search the beach," Ravenspur explained. "I know that my nephew went out fishing this afternoon. I shall know his fate soon." It was some time before anything was found. Wass came stumbling over the rocks, and there in a clear pool he saw the boat bottom upward. At the cry of dismay that came from him, Watkins hurried up. "Give a hand with the painter, Bill," Wass said hoarsely. "There's the boat right enough with a good round hole under the gunwale." Ravenspur watched in silence. He saw the boat beached. He saw the hole in her side. Wass pointed to the mast where it had been sawn off. "Poor young gentleman!" he exclaimed with a hearty outburst of grief. "And to think that we shall never see him again. Look at this, sir." "The mast seems to have been sawn off," said Ravenspur. "Almost off, sir," said Watkins. "Enough to give if a puff of wind came. And that hole has been plugged with soft glue or something of the kind. If I could only lay a hand on 'em!" He shook his fist in the air in impotent rage. Tears filled his eyes. Ravenspur stood motionless. He was trying to bring the force of the tragedy home to himself, trying to shape words to tell Vera without cutting her to the heart. He was long past the more violent emotions. He turned to Wass like a man in a dream. "Go up to the castle," he said. "See my son Gordon and bid him come here. They must all come down, all aid in the search. Not a word more. Please go." End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43 Nearer. To Geoffrey the position was a strange one. There was something unreal about the whole thing. Nor was it pleasant to remember that by this time the family had missed him, and were doubtless bewailing him for dead. "I am afraid there is no help for it," said Tchigorsky. "I could not see my way to certain conclusions and ends without inconvenience." "Something more than inconvenience," Geoffrey murmured. "Anxiety, troubles, what you like," Tchigorsky replied coolly. "It is necessary. I want to have the castle cleared for a time, and I could think of no better and less suspicious way of doing it. The anxiety and suspense will not last long, and by daylight your people shall see you again. And the one who is most likely to suffer has been already relieved." So Geoffrey was fain to wait in the cave, listening to Tchigorsky's piquant conversation, and waiting for the time to come for action. "There will be plenty to do presently," the Russian said. "Meanwhile I am going to leave you to yourself for a space. The woman who regards me as her servant may need me. And remember, you are not to leave the cave in any circumstances, else all my delicately laid plans will be blown to the winds." So saying, Tchigorsky disappeared. It seemed hours before anything happened. It was safe in the cave, nobody was likely to come there, and if they did, there was not the slightest chance of discovery, for the cave went far under the cliff and was dark as the throat of a wolf. By and by there came the sound of voices on the beach, and Rupert Ravenspur, followed by the two fishermen, appeared. Geoffrey's heart smote him as he saw his grandfather. Then they found the boat, and directly afterwards the two fishermen rushed away, leaving Ravenspur behind. It was only the strongest self-control that prevented Geoffrey from making his presence known to the figure gazing so sadly at the boat. But he remembered Tchigorsky's warning. After all, he reflected, it would only be for a little time. And the head of the family knew nothing of the great conspiracies working themselves out around him. His open, honorable nature would have shrunk from the subtle diplomacy and cunning that appeared so powerfully to Tchigorsky. Rupert Ravenspur would not have tolerated the position for a moment. He would have insisted upon going to Mrs. May and having the matter out at once, or he would have called in the police. And that course would be fatal. So Geoffrey was constrained to stay and watch. Presently he saw the fishermen return, followed by the family. There was a gathering about the foundered boat, and then Geoffrey turned his eyes away, ashamed to witness the emotion caused by what they regarded as his untimely death. He had seen them all and beheld their grief. He could see Marion bent down with a handkerchief to her streaming eyes, and the head of the family comforting her. He saw Vera apart from the rest, gazing out to sea. Beyond, a fleet of boats were coming round the point. They were small fishing smacks in search of the drowned Ravenspur. Geoffrey pinched himself to make sure he was awake. It is not often that a live man sits watching people search for his dead body. But there was comfort in the knowledge that Vera was aware of everything. Geoffrey could see that she had been told. That was why she kept apart from the rest. She walked along the sands past the mouth of the cave, her head bent down. Flesh and blood could stand it no longer. In the mouth of the cave Geoffrey stood and called Vera softly by name. The girl started and half turned. "Don't be alarmed," Geoffrey whispered. "I am in the cave. It is safe here. Watch your opportunity and come in, for I must have a few words with you. Only do it naturally and don't let anybody suspect." Vera had turned her back to the cave and appeared to be sadly gazing over the sea. Gradually she slipped back, watching the others, who apparently had forgotten her, until she was lost in the gloom of the cavern. A moment later and Geoffrey had her in his arms. It was good to feel her heart beating against his, to feel her kisses warm on his lips. "Did Tchigorsky tell you?" he asked. "No. Uncle Ralph. Oh, I am so glad to see you again, Geoffrey. I knew you were not lost, that you would be safe after what Uncle said, and yet all the time there was a strange void in my heart." "But, my darling, I am safe." Vera laid her head restfully on his shoulder. I know," she said. "But I have had a foretaste of what might have been. When Wass and Watkins came and told me that your overturned boat had been found, I began to realize what it might be to live without you. Dear Jeff, will it be long before all this anxiety is disposed of?" Geoffrey kissed her trembling lips. "Not long, so Tchigorsky says, and I have implicit faith in him. The present situation is all part of the plot of our salvation. And the others? Are heartbroken. My poor grandfather looks 10 years older. You know how entirely he has been wrapped up in us. I feel sure that if he could have saved us by sacrificing the rest, himself included, he would have done so." "I know," Geoffrey said hoarsely. "I know, dear. And Marion?" "Marion is sorely disturbed. I hardly know what to make of Marion. For the first time she positively appears to be frightened. And Marion is not the girl who cries. I was alarmed about her a little time ago," replied Vera. "Ah, well, it won't be very long," Geoffrey said consolingly. "Tomorrow morning Tchigorsky has promised me that I shall be safe and sound in the bosom of the family again. What are they going to do now?" "They are going to search until they find you. All the boats from the village are out, even the servants are assisting. You can understand how I should feel if I did not know everything. I could not stay in the house. I could do no more than wander along the shore feeling that I was helping. It would be impossible to remain in the house, and that is what they all feel. There is a full moon tonight, and they will be here till they are exhausted." Geoffrey nodded. He was wondering how he was going to account for his absence and for the manner in which he was finally to turn up safe and sound again. He would have to concoct some story of being picked up by a passing boat and landed some way down the coast. "They guess I am a victim to the vendetta?" he asked. "Of course. They say the mast and oars were partly sawn away. It will be the talk of the country in a few hours. Geoffrey, I must go. Don't you see that they have missed me?" Vera had been missed. Already Marion was calling her. There was just the chance that she might be yet another victim. Vera slipped out of the cave, walking backwards as if she were looking for something. "You won't betray yourself?" said Geoffrey. "I'll try not to, dear. I understand how necessary it is that the truth should be concealed, and yet it is hard not to be able to ease their minds." Vera was clear of the cave by this time, and her voice ceased. A few yards farther on, and Marion came up to her. She was looking pale and ghastly. There were rings under her eyes. Her nerves had had a terrible shock. "I couldn't imagine where you had got to," she said. "I looked round and you had disappeared. I feared you had been spirited away." "By the cruel foe, Marion? One by one we go. It may be your turn next." "Would to heaven that it was!" Marion whispered vehemently. "A little time ago I fancied that I was strong enough to bear up against anything. Now I know what a feeble creature I am. Before this happened I would have 1,000 times been the victim myself. And I She paused and beat the air impotently. Vera wondered. Could this really be the strong, self-reliant Marion who had uplifted them in so many troubles? This the girl who always had a smile on her face and words of comfort on her lips? This was a weak, frightened creature, with eyes that were haunted. "Be brave," said Vera, "and be yourself. What should we do without you? Why, you are so full of remorse you might have been responsible for Geoffrey's death yourself." Marion looked up swiftly, and then her eyes fell. "It is because I love him," she said. "And I love him too. But I try to be brave." Marion was silent under the reproof. Vera was calm and collected. What a reaction there would be later, Marion thought. You have not given up all hope? She asked. No, I cannot. It would be too cruel. I cannot imagine that anything really serious has happened to Geoffrey. I cannot feel anything for the present save for you. And my heart is full for you, Marion. Ay, Marion said drearily. It need be. Vera turned and walked swiftly across the sands. She wanted to be alone now that no danger threatened. Then presently the moon rose and shone upon the people gathered on the fringe of the sea. To the impatient Geoffrey came Ralph Ravenspur, with a cloak and slouched hat over his arm. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. Still Nearer. He entered as coolly and easily as if he had been doing this kind of thing all his life, as if he had the full use of his eyesight. "I can't see you, but of course you are there," he said. "Tchigorsky sent me because he cannot come himself. The jade he calls his mistress has need of him. Muffle yourself and follow me. Not too closely." Geoffrey was only too glad of the opportunity. He passed under the shadow of the rocks until he gained the path to the head of the cliffs, and here Ralph paused. "We are safe now," he said. "You can remove your disguise and cross the terrace. There is not a living soul in the castle at present." "All the servants are on the beach, then?" "Every one of them, both male and female, which is a flattering testimony to your popularity, Geoffrey. I opine that they will be pleased to see you in the morning. By the way, have you concocted a plausible story to account for your escape?" "I haven't," Geoffrey admitted with a smile. "I preferred to leave it to the greater talents of Tchigorsky and yourself. I have no genius for fiction." Ralph muttered that the matter might be safely left in their hands, and then they entered the deserted castle and made their way to Ralph's room. Here the two doors were closed, and Ralph sat down silently over his pipe. "Is anything going to happen?" Geoffrey asked. "A great deal during the next hour or two," Ralph replied. "But it is impossible to forecast, and you will see it all for yourself in good time. I can't do anything until I have heard further from our friend Tchigorsky." Half an hour passed in dead silence, and then there was a rapping on the window. When the casement was thrown open, the head of Tchigorsky appeared. He was clad in oriental robes, and had made his way upwards by climbing the thick ivy that grew on that side of the house. He nodded to Geoffrey. "I told you we should meet again," he said. "I have just 10 minutes to spare. A cigarette, please." Geoffrey handed over the cigarette. "Have you discovered it all?" Ralph asked. "I have discovered nothing," Tchigorsky said calmly from behind the cloud of smoke. "At present I have not the remotest idea which way she will strike." "Ah, she is in one of her suspicious moods, when she trusts nobody." "Quite right. All I can tell you is that she is coming here presently. She is well aware that there is not a soul in the house. She knows that this state of things is likely to last for some time. She will come by and by, and with her she will bring some great danger to the house of Ravenspur. What form that danger is to take I cannot say, but I shall find out." The last words came from Tchigorsky's lips with a snap. "But she will want confederates," said Geoffrey. "She may or she may not. She is a woman of infinite resource. Nobody knows what mischief she is capable of. If she brings me along, I may be exceedingly useful. If she leaves me behind, I shall be more usefully employed in going over her papers and documents. You see, I know the language. But be that as it may, this is going to be an eventful night." Tchigorsky finished his cigarette and rose to go. He had few instructions to leave behind him, and these few were of an exceedingly simple nature. All that Geoffrey and Ralph Ravenspur had to do was to watch. They were to keep their eyes open and be largely guided by events. And there were to be no lights. Half an hour passed before Ralph rose and softly opened the door. For a little time he threw the casement open wide. As Geoffrey drew a match from his box, Ralph laid a restraining hand on his arm. "No more smoking," he said. "I purposely opened the casement to sweeten the air of the room. My dear boy, you do not want to betray us with the smell of fresh tobacco. The enemy would take alarm at once." "I had forgotten," Geoffrey murmured. "How stupid of me." Again silence and painful tension on the nerves. Presently below came the soft fall of a foot, and then a noise as if a human body had come in contact with some object in the dark. There was the scratch of a match and a ball of flame flickered in ghastly fashion in the hall. "The foe is here," Ralph whispered. "Go and look over. Your rubber-soled boots are in the corner. Put them on." Geoffrey did as he desired. He crept along the corridor until he could look down into the hall. There he saw a woman who wore short skirts and a closely fitting jacket. She had a small lantern in her hand, the light of which she seemed to lower or heighten by pressing a stud. Behind her came the two Orientals, who carried a small but heavy brass-bound box between them. This, at a sign from the woman, they deposited on the floor. As far as Geoffrey could judge, neither of these two men was Tchigorsky. He could catch the sound of whispered conversation, but the words conveyed no meaning to his ears. The two discoursed in a language he did not understand. A hand was laid on Geoffrey's arm. He turned to see Ralph by his side. The latter bent over the balustrade listening with all his ears. Down below, the brass box was being opened and the contents were placed upon the floor. The contents looked like machinery, but it was machinery of a kind that Geoffrey had never seen before. There was a small disk of hammered copper, and to this was attached a number of what seemed to be Indian rubber snakes. At a sign from the woman, the two Asiatics picked up the box and its contents and started away toward the kitchen. Noiseless as they were, Ralph heard them. He clutched his companion's arm. "They have gone," he whispered. "In which direction?" "They had moved off towards the kitchen," said Geoffrey. "Good. This thing is turning out exactly as I expected. They had something with them?" "Yes, a thing like a copper octopus with India rubber tentacles. They have taken it with them. A most extraordinary affair." "It will be more extraordinary still before it is finished," said Ralph grimly. "Follow them and report what you see. Take good care not to be seen. Unless I am mistaken, they are going down to the vaults, and are planning a coup to do for us all tonight." Geoffrey crept silently down the stairs. Then he made his way swiftly along the passages, until he came to the cellars. Then the steady blowing of a current of fresh air told him that Ralph's suggestion was right. Down he went until he came to the channel leading to the vaults. But he was cautious. He peeped down. Below him were three figures, and once more they had spread out their queer apparatus. By the side of it were two large glass-stopped bottles, such as one sees in a laboratory, receptacles for acids and the like. They were tightly tied over the stoppers. The woman picked up one of them and removed the parchment. Before she drew the stopper, she donned thick glasses and a mask for her face, the two Orientals doing the same. They were evidently dealing with some very dangerous poison. The stopper was removed, and a few spots of the acid dropped on the copper disc. A white smoke arose, which, small as it was, filled the air with a pungent odor. Almost immediately the acid was wiped off, and the odor ceased. Only just a whiff of it reached Geoffrey's nose, but it turned him faint, giddy for an instant. What was going to happen next? End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. Baffled. Geoffrey had not long to wait. From where he was standing, he could see down into the vault perfectly well. He would have been better satisfied had he understood what those people were talking about, but their words conveyed nothing to him. On the floor of the vault, the queer-looking machinery was spread out, and to the ends of the india-rubber tubes wires were attached. No sooner had this been accomplished than the woman, after giving some rapid instructions to her allies, left the vault. She was so quick that Geoffrey barely had time to conceal himself behind a pillar before she passed him. The woman was masked and disguised beyond recognition, but Geoffrey had no need to be told who she was. He knew that he was in the presence of Mrs. May, and, despite his knowledge of her cleverness and resource, he found himself marveling to see her display so fine a knowledge of the house. The woman passed along, dragging a number of fine light wires after her. The other ends of the wires were attached to the queer-looking apparatus in the vault. Mrs. May went along the passages, along the corridor, and up the stairs as if she had been accustomed to the house all her life. Surely she must have been here many times before, or she would not have exhibited such fearless confidence. The idea of the black gliding figure creeping about the house in the dead of night filled Geoffrey with loathing. All the same, he did not neglect his opportunities. He followed swiftly and silently until he came to the main corridor on the first landing. Here, to his surprise, the woman turned into one of the bedrooms, the room used by the head of the house. She closed the door behind her. What to do next? But Geoffrey was not long in doubt. Ralph was standing by his side, a dark lantern in his hand. "Where did she go?" he whispered. "You heard her, then?" asked Geoffrey. "Of course. I heard everything. I see with my ears. Naturally you guessed who she was. But what room did she go into?" "My grandfather's." "So I expected. But she means to visit all the rooms in turn. You need not be afraid. She will be there for some minutes. What do you see outside?" Geoffrey made a close examination with the lantern. "I see a tangle of small wires on the floor," he said. "They come up from the vaults." "Where they are attached to a queer-looking instrument?" "Yes, yes. I see you know all about it. One of the wires runs under the door into the room where Mrs. May is engaged." "And where she will be engaged for some time," said Ralph. "Move that book ladder and look over the fanlight." There were books on high shelves in the corridor, and a light librarian's ladder close at hand. Geoffrey propped this against the door and looked in through the open fanlight. All the bedroom doors had fanlights at Ravenspur. The lantern inside was on the dressing table, and standing on a chair by a fireplace was Mrs. May. She had pinned the thin wire to the wall cunningly, and had turned the end of it into a plate that stood on the mantel shelf. From a flask she poured a little white powder into the plate. This done, she seemed to be satisfied. Geoffrey whipped the ladder away, and the woman emerged from the room. Once more she went along the corridor with firm, resolute step, and the air of one who knows what she is doing and has a definite object in view. From one bedroom to another she went, leaving a wire in each until every room occupied by one of the Ravenspur family had been visited. Geoffrey's room was the last. When she had finished here, she took up a pair of scissors and tapped the wire. Outside the door Geoffrey and Ralph could hear the noise distinctly. Ralph's jaws came together with a click. "The key is outside your room door," he whispered. "Turn it." Geoffrey wondered, but he hastened to comply. The key turned with an ease and silence that testified to the fact of its having been carefully oiled. "What does it all mean?" Geoffrey whispered. "She is going to test her machinery," said Ralph with a chuckle. "And she is going one step farther to her own destruction. Listen." Again came the faint tap, and then down from far below the purring jar of electrical apparatus in motion. There was silence inside the room for a moment, and then Geoffrey saw the handle turn. It was turned softly at first, then more quickly, and finally it was tugged as an angry child snatches at a toy. Ralph chuckled. The diabolical mirth seemed to come deep from his throat. "She is trying to get out," Geoffrey whispered. "Of course she is," Ralph replied, "but not quite yet." The lock was rattling loudly by this time. There was a half angry, half frightened muttering from within, and then there came a long, piercing, wailing scream, as of a woman in the last agony before death. Geoffrey would have started back, but Ralph restrained him. "No, no," he whispered violently. "It's all right. Everything is turning out splendidly." "But she is a woman and in deadly peril, uncle." "I know it, lad. 5 minutes more and that fiend will be beyond further mischief. She has been trying the effect of her infernal contrivance, and will be hoist with her own petard. She is scared to death. She imagines she has fastened herself in and can't get out." "But this is murder!" Geoffrey cried. "I dare say some people would call it so," Ralph replied coolly. "As a matter of fact, there never could be homicide more justifiable than to let that woman perish there. Still, we are not going to do anything of the kind. When those cries cease and you hear yonder wretch fall to the ground, then open the door and drag her out." The cries were coming wildly from behind the door. There was a hammering on the panels. The cries rang through the house. They reached the Asiatics in the vaults, and the latter fled in terror into the night. Something had happened, but what it was they did not care. They had only themselves to think of. In spite of his strong nerves, Geoffrey shuddered. It was horrible to be alone in that grim house of tears, waiting in the darkness, opposed by grim horrors and, above all, to have that note of agony ringing in his ears. Would it never stop? Would the time to act never come? Geoffrey would have interfered in spite of everything, but for the fact that Ralph was gripping his shoulder in a grasp that at any other time would have been painful. Suddenly the noise ceased. There was a moan and the soft crushing fall of a body. Ralph's face blazed up instantly. "Now!" he cried. "There is no time to be lost." Geoffrey darted forward. He had the door opened in an instant. Mrs. May lay still and white on the floor. The atmosphere of the room seemed to have vanished. It was intolerable to breathe there. Air there was none. As the door fell back, the room filled as with a sudden strong draught. Geoffrey dragged the unconscious figure into the corridor. "Will she die?" he gasped. "No, she will not die," Ralph said coolly. "Had I intended her to die, I should not have allowed you to open the door. Pick her up and throw her on one of the beds in a spare room. She will require no attention, but she will not attain consciousness for some hours. And after that she will be useless for a day or two. You need not worry. Our scheme is working out splendidly. Pick her up." Ralph indicated the still figure with brutal indifference. He would have shown more consideration to a sick dog. Geoffrey complied, and presently made the woman as comfortable as circumstances allowed. Geoffrey had hardly done so before there was a light footfall in the corridor, and Tchigorsky appeared, still in disguise. "I gather that things are well," he said. "Just now I met that she-devil's accomplices fleeing as if the father of lies was behind them. She was trapped, eh?" Ralph nodded and chuckled. "In Geoffrey's room," he explained. "When she was testing her apparatus, I had the key turned on her, and she could not get out. I let her remain there as long as I considered it safe to do so, and her yells must have alarmed her confederates. Probably they have fled, leaving things intact." "Probably," said Tchigorsky. "I will go and see." He was back again presently, a pleased expression on his face. "Nothing has been touched," he said. "I have removed the wires in case of danger. We have the lady more or less under our thumb." "What was she doing?" Geoffrey asked. "It is an appliance for exhausting air," Tchigorsky explained. "You take a powder and place it on a hot plate. Directly it begins to burn, it draws up all the air. The thing has been known in the East for thousands of years. Mrs. May applied electricity to give her greater scope. A plate of the powder was to be heated in the room of everybody in the castle when asleep. A few minutes and the thing is done. Then the wires are withdrawn and gradually the different rooms are filled with air again. The burnt powder leaves no trace. Then you are all found dead in your beds, and nobody knows how it is done. The wires are easily drawn back to the battery and the whole thing is destroyed." Geoffrey shuddered. "What a fiend!" End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46 Nearing the End. It was some time before anyone spoke. Geoffrey was turning the whole matter over in his mind. He was still puzzled. "I don't understand it," he said. "Of course, I follow all you say, and I see the nature of the plot intended to end us all at one fell swoop. But why do you want to have that woman under the roof?" "Because so long as she is under the roof she is comparatively harmless," Tchigorsky explained. "The princess is hot and vengeful and passionate, but she has her vein of caution and will take no unnecessary risks. She will be bewildered and will not know whether she has been suspected or not. The more cordial you are to her, the more suspicious she will be. Of course, she will make up some plausible tale to account for her intrusion, and, of course, you must pretend to believe it. It will be impossible to move her for a day or two. And here I come in." "In what way?" Geoffrey asked. "In the way of having a free hand," Tchigorsky said with a smile. "The princess will be cut off from her allies, and I shall be able to ransack her private papers for one thing." Geoffrey nodded. He began to see the force of Tchigorsky's clever scheme, and then the cold solitude of the house struck him. For a moment he had forgotten all about the family still on the beach and the agony they were suffering on his account. "I suppose you can do no more tonight?" he asked. "I am not so sure of that," Tchigorsky said dryly. "Meanwhile I can safely rest for an hour or so. I am going to lie hidden in Ralph's bedroom for the present and smoke his tobacco. Do you want anything?" "I should like to relieve the minds of my friends," said Geoffrey. "That, of course," Tchigorsky responded. "Go at once. You were picked up by a passing boat, or yacht, that landed you at Manby. You walked back, and when you got home to change your clothes you found the place deserted. Don't say anything as to Mrs. May. Your Uncle Ralph will have that story to tell when you return. You are not to know anything about Mrs. May." "All right," Geoffrey said cheerfully. "Now I'll be off." He made his way down the cliffs unseen. There were lanterns flitting about the shore. He could see the flash of Marian's white dress and Vera by her side. He came gently alongside them. "Vera," he said, "what is all this about?" Vera turned and gave a cry. She was acting her part as well as possible, and the cry seemed genuine. But the tears in her eyes were tears of thankfulness that the sufferings of those dear to her were ended. She clung to her lover. Her lips pressed his. Marian stood there white and still as a statue. The girl seemed to be frozen. Geoffrey's touch thawed her into life again. "Geoffrey!" she screamed. "Geoffrey! Thank God! Thank God! Never again will I—" With another scream that rang high and clear, the girl fell unconscious at his feet. He raised her up tenderly as the others came rushing forward. There was a babel of confused cries, hoarse cheers, and yells of delight. The villagers were running wild along the sands. Scores of men pressed eagerly round to shake Geoffrey's hand. "I was picked up by a yacht," he said. "Of course I know there was foul play. I know all about the broken mast and the sawn oars. You may rest assured I will take more care another time. And I was—" Geoffrey was going to say that he had been warned, but he checked himself in time. His progress toward home was more or less a royal one. It touched him to see how glad people were. He had not imagined a popularity like this. Vera clung fondly to his arm. Rupert Ravenspur walked proudly on the other side. Not once had the old man showed the slightest sign of breaking down, but he came perilously near to it at the present time. Marion held to him, trembling. She felt it almost impossible to drag herself along. "You are quaking from head to foot," said Ravenspur. "I am," Marion admitted. "And at the risk of increasing your displeasure, I should say you are very little better, dear grandfather. I fear the shock of seeing Geoffrey after all this fearful suspense has been too much for you." Ravenspur admitted the fact. He was glad to find himself at home again, glad to be rid of the rocking, cheering crowd outside, and glad to see Geoffrey opposite him. Marion, pale as death, had dropped into a chair. "I am going to give you all some wine," said Geoffrey. "You need it. Please do not let us discuss my adventure any more. Let us drop the subject." Ralph glided in, feeling his way into the room. He congratulated Geoffrey as coolly as he would have done in the most trite circumstances. He was acting his part in his own wooden, stupid way. "I also have had my adventures," he croaked. "I hope the castle is all right," Ravenspur observed. "The same idea occurred to me," Ralph went on. "One so afflicted as myself could not be of much service on the beach, so I came back to the castle. It occurred to me as possible that our enemy would take advantage of the place being deserted. So I passed the time wandering about the corridors. A little time ago I heard a violent commotion and screaming outside Geoffrey's room. I got to the spot as soon as possible, but when I arrived the noise had ceased. Then I stumbled over the body of a woman." "Woman!" Ravenspur cried. "Impossible!" "Not in the least," Ralph said coolly. "I picked her up. She was unconscious. My medical knowledge, picked up in all parts of the world, told me that the woman was suffering from some physical shock. That she was not in any danger her steady pulse showed. I placed her on the bed in the blue room." "And there she is now?" Marion exclaimed. "So far as I know," Ralph replied. "What she was doing here I haven't the slightest idea." "And you don't know who she is?" Mrs. Gordon asked. "How should I? I am blind. I should say that the woman was up to no good here, but I dare say it is possible that she has some decent excuse. On the other hand, she might be one of our deadly foes. Anyway, there she is, and there she is likely to be for some time to come." Marion rose to her feet. "Uncle Ralph," she said, "I feel that I could shake you. Have you no feeling?" "We can't all have your tender heart," Ralph said meekly. Marion ignored the compliment. She took up the decanter and poured out a glass of wine. "I am going upstairs at once," she said. "Enemy or no enemy, the poor creature cannot be neglected. You need not come, Vera." Vera, too, had risen to her feet. She was not going to be put aside. "But I am coming," she said. "I will not allow you to go up those stairs alone. And Geoffrey shall accompany us." Marion said no more. She seemed strangely anxious and restless. Geoffrey followed with the lamp in his hands. Mrs. May lay quietly there, breathing regularly and apparently in a deep sleep. Marion bent over the bed. As she did so, she gasped, and the color left her face. She fell away with a cry like fear. "Oh!" she shuddered. "Oh, it is Mrs. May!" Vera bent over the bed. She unfastened the dress at the throat. "What does it matter?" she said. "I know you don't like the woman, but she is suffering. Marion, where are your tender feelings?" Marion said nothing, but she came directly to Vera's side, and Geoffrey, glancing at Marion's rigid white face, wondered what it all meant. Chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 47. Tchigorsky Further Explains. "I don't quite follow it yet," said Geoffrey. "And yet it is simple," Tchigorsky replied. "Here is a form of electric battery in the vault connected by tiny wires to every sleeping chamber occupied by a Ravenspur. In each of these bedrooms a powder is deposited somewhere and the wire leads to it. At a certain time, when you are all asleep, the current is switched on, the powder destroyed without leaving the slightest trace, and in the morning you are all as dead as if you had been placed in a lethal chamber. As a matter of fact, they would have been lethal chambers. Almost directly, by means of the chimneys, etc., the rooms would begin to draw a fresh supply of air, and by the time you were discovered, everything would be normal again. Then the battery would be removed, and the wires withdrawn, without even the trouble of entering the rooms to fetch them. Then exit the whole family of Ravenspur, leaving behind a greater mystery than ever. Now do you understand what it all means?" Geoffrey nodded and shuddered. "What do you propose to do?" he asked. "Leave the battery where it is and—" "Unless I am mistaken, the battery is removed already," said the Russian. He was correct. Investigation proved that the whole thing had been spirited away. "As I expected," Tchigorsky muttered. "Done from the vaults under the sea, doubtless. That woman's servants keep very close to her. It is wonderful how they manage to slip about without being seen. They have ascertained that an accident has happened to their mistress, and they have removed signs of the conspiracy. But for the present they cannot remove their mistress." Tchigorsky chuckled as he spoke. "You seem pleased over that," said Geoffrey. "Of course I am, my boy. It enables one to do a little burglary without the chance of being found out. And you are to assist me. But I am not going to start on my errand before midnight, so till then I shall stay here and smoke. At that hour you will please join me." "I am to accompany you, then?" "Yes, you are going to be my confederate in crime." Geoffrey joined the others downstairs. Delight and thankfulness were written on every face. Never had Geoffrey found his family so tender and loving. Usually Marion had had her feelings under control, but tonight it seemed as if she could not make enough of her cousin. She hung over him, she lingered near him, until Vera laughingly proclaimed that jealousy was rendering her desperate. "I cannot help it," Marion said half tearfully. "I am so glad. And if you only knew—but that does not matter. I am beside myself with joy." "I suppose that woman upstairs is all right," Ravenspur said coldly. He was by no means pleased that Mrs. May should have intruded twice in that way, and each time there had been some accident. With so much sorrow weighing him down, and with the shadow of further disaster ever haunting him, Ravenspur was naturally suspicious. It seemed absurd, no doubt, but that woman might be taking a hand against the family fortunes. The last occasion was bad enough, but this was many times worse. In the circumstances, as he pointed out, nothing could exceed the bad taste of this intrusion into a deserted house. "She may not have known it," Mrs. Gordon said quietly. "Who knows but that she had discovered some plot against us and had come to warn us? Perhaps the enemy divined her intentions, hence the accident." "But was it an accident?" Gordon asked. "Something mysterious, like everything that occurs to us," his wife replied. "At any rate, she is breathing regularly and quietly now, and her skin is moist and cool. Ralph said he had seen something like it in India before. He is convinced that she will be all right in the morning. Don't be angry, father." Rupert Ravenspur constrained himself to smile. "I will not forget what is due to my position and my hospitality, my dear," he said. "After Geoffrey's miraculous escape, after the heavy cloud of sorrow so unexpectedly raised, I cannot feel it in my heart to be angry with anybody. How did you manage to get away, Geoffrey?" Geoffrey told his tale again. It was not nice to be compelled to invent facts in the face of an admiring family, but then the truth could not have been told without betraying Tchigorsky and blowing all his delicate schemes to the winds. He was not sorry when he had finished. Marion wiped the tears from her eyes. "It was Providence," she said. "Nothing more nor less." "Little doubt of it," Gordon murmured. "Jeff, have you any suspicions?" "I know who did it, if that is what you mean," Geoffrey said. "And so does Marion." The girl started. Her nerves were in such a pitiable condition that any little thing set them vibrating like the strings of a rudely handled harp. "If I did, I should have spoken," she said. "Then you have not guessed?" Geoffrey smiled. "The masts and the sculls were sawn by a girl in a blue dress and red tam o' shanter cap. The girl who is so like—" He did not complete the sentence. There was something in Marion's speaking eyes that asked him not to do so. Why, he could not tell, but there was nothing to be gained by what was little less than a breach of confidence. "What does it mean, Marion?" Ravenspur asked. "Geoffrey and I saw such a girl not long before Jeff set out on his eventful voyage," Marion explained quietly. All the fear had gone out of her eyes. She met the gaze of the speaker tranquilly. "She passed me as I was painting. I have been close to her once before, but I don't understand why Jeff is so certain that the mysterious visitor tried to drown him." "I've no proof," Geoffrey replied. "It is merely an instinct." As a matter of fact, he had plenty of proof. Had he not seen the girl hastening away from his boat? Had he not seen her return after the boat had been beached, and mourn all over the wreck like some creature suffering from deep remorse? But of this he could say nothing. To speak of it would be to betray the fact that Tchigorsky was still alive and active in pursuit of the foe. "That woman can be found," Ravenspur said sternly. "I doubt it," said Geoffrey. "She has a way of disappearing that is remarkable. You see her one moment, and the next she has vanished. But I am certain that she is at the bottom of the mischief." And Geoffrey refused to say more. As a matter of fact, nobody seemed to care to hear anything further. They were worn out with anxiety and exertion. They had had little food that day. The weary hours on the beach had exhausted them. "For the present we can rest and be thankful," Ravenspurs said as he rose to go. "We can sleep with easy minds tonight." They moved off after him, all but Geoffrey and Vera. Mrs. Gordon could still be heard moving about one of the drawing rooms. Marion had slipped off unobserved. She hardly felt equal to bidding Geoffrey good night. The tender smile was still on her face as she crept upstairs. Then when she reached her room it faded away. She flung herself across the bed and burst into a passionate fit of weeping. And then gradually she sobbed herself into a heavy yet uneasy slumber. "Well, I suppose I must go too?" Vera said, tired out, yet reluctant to leave her lover. "Tell me what it means, Jeff." "Have I not already explained to you, darling?" "Yes, but I don't believe one word of it," Vera replied. A kiss sufficed to wash the bitterness of the candor away. "I don't believe you were picked up by a yacht. I don't believe that you were in any danger. I don't understand it." "Then we are both in the same state of benighted ignorance," Geoffrey smiled. "You are right not to believe me, dearest, but I had to tell the story, and I had to play a part. It is all in the desperate game we are playing against our secret foe. For the present, I am a puppet in the hands of abler men than myself. What I am doing will go far to set us free later." Vera sighed gently. She sidled closer to her lover. Mrs. Gordon was coming out of the drawing room, a sign that Vera would have to go. "I feel that I don't want to part with you again," she whispered, her eyes looking into his and her arm about him. "I feel as if I had nearly lost you. And if I did lose you, darling, what would become of me?" Geoffrey kissed the quivering lips tenderly. "Have no fear, sweetheart," he said. "All is coming right. See how those people have been frustrated over and over again. They have come with schemes worthy of Satan himself, and yet they have failed. And it has been so arranged that those failures seem to be the result of vexatious accident. But they are not, and they will fail again and again until the net is around them and we shall be free. Darling, you are to sleep in peace tonight." With a last fond embrace, Vera slipped from her lover's side. She smiled at him brightly from the doorway and was gone. Geoffrey lighted a cigarette that presently dropped from his fingers as his head fell forward. He started suddenly. The cigarette smelt pungently as it singed the carpet. Somebody was whispering his name. Somebody was calling him from the stairs. Then he recognized Ralph's croaking voice. "Tchigorsky," he muttered sleepily. "I had forgotten that Tchigorsky wanted me." End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 48. More from the Past. Tchigorsky was waiting. The room was pregnant with the perfume of Turkish cigarettes and coffee. Ralph handed a cup to his nephew. "Drink that," he said. "You want something to keep you awake." Geoffrey accepted the coffee gratefully. It had the desired effect. He felt the clouds lifting from his brain and the drowsy heaviness of limb leaving him. "Are you coming with us?" he asked. Ralph shook his head. There was a strange gleam on his face. "I stay here," he said. You are going to be busy, but I also have much to do. Don't be concerned for me. Blind as I am capable of taking care of myself. I shall have a deal to tell you in the morning." A minute or two later, and the two conspirators slipped away. It struck Geoffrey as strange that they should not leave the house in the usual way, but Tchigorsky grimly explained that he much preferred using the ivy outside Ralph's window. "Always on the safe side," Tchigorsky muttered. "Come along." Geoffrey followed. Where Tchigorsky could go, he felt competent to follow. They reached the ground in safety, and later were in the road. The moon had gone, and it was intensely dark, but Geoffrey knew the way perfectly. "Straight to Jessop's farm?" he asked. "As far as the lawn," Tchigorsky replied. "It will be a good hour yet before we can venture to carry out our burglary. I can run no risks until I know that those two Asiatics are out of the way. What time is it?" "About 10 minutes to 12." Tchigorsky muttered that the time was not quite suitable for him. He drew a watch from his pocket. There was a stifled whir of machinery, and the repeater's rapid pulse beat 12 with the silvery chime of a quarter after the hour. "You are wrong," he said. "You see, it is between a quarter and 12:30. We will lie on Jessop's lawn until 1 o'clock, and then all will be safe." They lay there waiting for the time to pass. The minutes seemed to be weighted. "Tell me some more of your Lassa adventures," Geoffrey asked. "Very well," Tchigorsky replied. "Where did I leave off? We had just been tortured in that awful grill, and we had been offered our lives on condition that we consented to be hopeless idiots for the rest of our days. Well, we were not going to live in these circumstances, you may be sure. For the next few days we were left to our own resources in a dark dungeon, with the huge rats and vermin for company. We were half starved into the bargain, and when we were brought into the light once more they naturally expected submission. But they didn't get it. They did not realize the stuff we were made of. And they had no idea we were armed. We had our revolvers, and concealed in our pockets were some 50 rounds of ammunition. If the worst came to the worst, we should not die without a struggle. Well, there was a huge palaver over us before the priests in the big temple, with Zara on her throne, and a fine impressive scene it was, or at least it would have been, had we not been so interested as to our own immediate future. At any rate, it was a comfort to know that there were no more tortures for the present, for nothing of the kind was to be seen. We were going to die. We could read our sentence in the eyes of the priests long before the elaborate mummery was over. I tell you, it seemed hard to perish like that, just at the time when we had penetrated nearly all the secrets we had come in search of. And it was no less hard to know that if the princess had postponed her visit another week, she would have been too late. By that time we should have left Lassa far behind. The trial or ceremony, or whatever you like to call it, came to an end at length, and then we were brought up to the throne of the princess. You know the woman. You have looked upon the beauty and fascination of her face. But you have no idea how different she was in the home of her people. She looked a real queen, a queen from head to foot. We stood awed before her. "You have been offered terms and refused them," she said. "It is now too late." "We could not trust you," I replied boldly. "We had nothing to gain by politeness. Better anything than the living death you offered us, and we can only die once." The princess smiled in her blood-curdling way. "You do not know what you are talking about," she said. "Ah, you will find out when you come to walk the Black Valley." She gave a sign, and we were led away unbound. A quaint wailing music filled the air. The priests were singing our funeral song. I never fully appreciated the refined cruelty of reading the burial service to a criminal on his way to the scaffold till then. It made me shudder to think of it even now. They led us out into the open air, still crooning that dirge. They brought us at length to the head of a great valley between huge towering mountains, as if the Alps had been sliced in two and a narrow passage made between them. At the head of this passage was a door let into the cliff, and down through this door they thrust us. It was dark inside. For the first part of the way, till we reached the floor of the valley, we were to be accompanied by 4 priests, a delicate attention to prevent us from breaking our necks before we reached the bottom. But our guides did not mean us to perish so mercifully. "Listen to me," Zara cried. "Listen for the last time. You are going into the Black Valley. Of its horrors and dangers you know nothing as yet, but you will soon learn. Take comfort in the fact that there is an exit at the far end, if you can find it. When you are out of the exit you are free. Thousands have walked this valley, and over their dry bones you will make your way. Out of these thousands 1 man escaped. Perhaps you will be as fortunate. Farewell." The door clanged behind us, and we were alone with the priests. We could not see, we could only feel our way down those awful cliffs, where one false step would have smashed us to pieces. But the priests never hesitated. Down, down we went until we reached the bottom. There we could just see dimly. "You could guide us through?" I asked. One of the priests nodded. He could save us if he liked. Not that I was going to waste my breath by asking him. They were priests of a minor degree. There were thousands of them about the temple, all alike as peas in a pod. If these men failed to return, they would never be missed. A desperate resolution came to me. In a few English whispered words I conveyed it to Ralph Ravenspur. We still had a priest on either side of us. At a given signal we produced our revolvers, and before the priests had the remotest idea what had happened, 2 of them were dead on the ground, shot through the brain. When the 1,001 echoes died away, we each had our man by the throat. What did we care if the plot was discovered or not? We were both desperate. "Listen, dog," I cried. "You have seen your companions perish. If you would escape a similar death, you will bear us to safety. You shall walk 10 paces in front, and if you try to evade us, you die, for our weapons carry farther than you can run in the space of 2 minutes. Well, are you going to convey us to a place of safety, or shall we shoot you like the others?" Tchigorsky paused and pulled at his watch. He drew back the catch, and the rapid little pulse beat 1. Then he rose to his feet. "To be continued in our next," he said. "The time has come to act. Follow me, and betray no surprise at anything you may see or hear." "You can rely upon me," Geoffrey whispered. "Lead on." End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49. Ralph Takes Charge. The troubled house had fallen asleep at last. They were all used to the swooping horrors. They could recall the black time spread out over the weary years. They could vividly recollect how one trouble after another had happened. And it had been an eventful day. For the last few hours they had lived a fresh tragedy. True, the tragedy itself had been averted, but for some time there had been the agony of the real thing. The Ravensspurs, exhausted by the flood of emotion, had been glad of rest. They were presumably asleep now, all but Ralph. Long after deep silence had fallen on the house, he sat alone in the darkness. The glow of his pipe just touched his inscrutable features, and a faint halo of light played about his grizzled head. A mouse nibbling behind the panels sounded clear as the crack of a pistol shot. The big stable clock boomed 2. Ralph laid aside his pipe and crept to the door. He opened it silently and passed out into the corridor. A cat would not have made less noise, yet he moved swiftly and confidently, as one who has eyes to see familiar ground. He came at length to the room where Mrs. May was lying. She had been made fairly comfortable. Her dress had been loosened at the throat, but she still wore the clothes in which she had been dressed at the time of her accident. Later she would perhaps find it difficult to account for masquerading in the castle in that strange guise. That she would have some ingenious plea to put forward, Ralph felt certain. But the dress was another matter. Ralph grinned to himself as he thought of it. There was a light in the room. He could tell that by the saffron glow that touched lightly on his sightless eyeballs. He knew the disposition of the room as well as if he could see it. He felt his way across until he came to the bed on which the woman lay. His hand touched her throat, a gentle touch, yet his fingers crooked and a murderous desire blossomed like a rose in his heart. Nobody was about, and nobody would know. Who would connect the poor blind man with the deed? Why not end her life now? "Far better," Ralph muttered. "It would have been no crime to shoot her like a dog. Yet fancy hanging for such a creature as that." The grim humor of the suggestion restored Ralph to himself. His relaxed fingers just touched the cold throat and face. He could hear the sound of regular breathing. From a tiny phial he took 2 or 3 drops of some dark cordial and brushed them over the woman's rigid lips. She stirred faintly. "Just as well to hasten events," he muttered. "One cannot afford to play with the thing." He replaced the bottle in his pocket. He drew himself up, listening. Other ears could not have heard a sound. Ralph could plainly hear footsteps, but how near they were he could not tell. His brows contracted with annoyance. "So soon," he muttered. "I did not expect this." He dropped down between the bed and the wall. Then he crawled under the deep valance. He had not long to wait. Somebody had crept into the room, somebody light of foot and light of body, who crossed to the bed. And this somebody shook the sleeping figure with passionate force. "Wake up," a voice said. "Oh, will you never wake up?" The listener smiled. He could hear the figure of his arch enemy stirring uneasily. She muttered something and once more was passionately shaken. "What is the matter?" she muttered. "Where am I?" "Here in the castle. Don't you remember?" Pause for a moment. Ralph was listening intently. "I begin to recollect. There was an accident. The door refused to open. I fought for my life as long as I could before the fumes overcame me, and I gave myself up for lost. Oh, it was something to remember, Marion," muttered Mrs. May. Marion, for it was she, made no reply. She was crying quietly. "What is the matter with the girl?" the woman asked irritably. "Oh, it is good for you to ask me that question," said Marion, "after all the bitter trouble and humiliation you have put upon me. Get up and follow me." "I cannot. The thing is impossible. You forget that I have been almost dead. My limbs are paralyzed. I shall not be able to walk for at least 2 days. I must remain like a dog here. But there is no hurry. What happened?" "I can't tell. I don't know. You were found in the corridor, I am told, insensible. When they came back to the castle they found you lying here. They had all been down on the beach, searching for Geoffrey." The woman laughed. It was a laugh to chill the blood. "I hope they found him," she said. "Oh, yes, they found him," Marion said quietly. "Drowned, with a placid smile on his face, after the fashion of the novel?" "No, very much alive. You failed. Geoffrey Ravenspur is here safe and sound. On my knees I have thanked God for it." The woman muttered something that the listener failed to catch. She seemed to be suppressing a tendency to a violent outburst. "I will not fail next time," she said. "And you are a love-sick, soft-hearted, sentimental fool. All this time I have to remain here. But, at any rate, I have you to do my bidding. Put your hand in my breast pocket, and you will find a key." "Well, what am I to do with it?" "You are to go to my rooms at Jessop's farm at once. They will be fast asleep, so that you need not be afraid. Jessop's people have the slumber that comes of a tired body and an easy conscience. But there are foes about, and it is not well to trust to anybody. If I am to remain here for a day or two I must have certain things. In my sitting room, by the side of the fireplace, is a black iron box. Open it with the key I have given you, and bring the casket to me. You can get into my sitting room by gently raising the window, which is not fastened. They are so honest in these parts that people don't fasten their windows. Now go." "You are sure you cannot get up?" "Certain. I have been drugged, and it will be some time before I am able to get about. That is why I am anxious to have the box. Young Ravenspur would never have got away had he had no friends to assist him, or a simple fool to give him warning." "The fool you speak of does not regret it." "Perhaps not. How did he escape?" "In the simplest possible way. He was picked up by a passing yacht." "Well, accidents will happen," the woman muttered. "Now do my bidding. The heavy drugged sleep is coming upon me again, and I shall not be able to keep my eyes open much longer. Go at once." As Marion crept away, Ralph could catch her heavy indrawn breath and the sobs that seemed to burst from her overcharged heart. Then he knew that the woman was asleep again. A minute or two later and he was standing in the hall. He waited in the shadows, silent and patient. The stairs creaked slightly, and a stealthy footstep came creeping down. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. Chapter 50 A Kind Uncle Ralph crept toward the door. Marion came close to him, her hands fumbling nervously with the bolts and bars. Some of the bars were heavy, and Marion was fearful lest they should fall with a clang and betray her. Ralph stretched out his hand and drew back a bolt. "Allow me to assist you," he said. "I am used to this kind of work." A scream rose to Marion's lips, but she suppressed it. The effort set her trembling from head to foot, yet it seemed to her that there was no cause to be frightened, for she had never heard Ralph's voice so kind before. "Uncle," she stammered, "what are you doing here?" By way of reply, Ralph opened the door. He gave the sign for Marion to precede him, and then followed her out into the night. The heavy door closed behind him. "I might with equal justice ask you the same question," he said. "Nay, more, because you are merely a young girl and I am a man. And you know I don't sleep like most virtuous people. I suffer from insomnia, and never sleep for long anywhere. Perhaps I am like the cat who prowls about all night and slumbers in the daytime. But where are you going?" "Uncle Ralph, I cannot tell you. It is a secret. If you knew everything you would pity me." There was a deepening ring in Marion's voice. Ralph caressed her hand tenderly. "Don't trouble," he said. "I know." "You know where I am going? You know?" "Certainly I do. I know everything, my dear." "Not everything, uncle. Not of my connection with that woman, for instance." "Indeed I do, Marion." "You are aware of our relationship? You know that?" "My dear child, I have known it for years. But your secret is safe with me. I am not going to betray you. Could I have the heart to do so after all you have done for my family, Angel Marion?" He repeated the last words over and over again in a low, caressing voice, pressing the girl's hand softly as he did so. Even then Marion was not sure whether he was in earnest or whether he was grimly ironical. "I never thought of this," Marion murmured. "Perhaps not," Ralph replied. "Mrs. May is a bad woman, Marion." "The worst in the world," Marion replied. "You only know her as Mrs. May?" "I only know her as she is, dear. And yet I feel that in some vague kind of way she is mixed up with our family misfortunes. Oh, if I could only see, if I could only use my eyes! Then I might know that woman still better." Marion shuddered at the steely, murderous tones. Ralph patted her hand reassuringly. "But you need not be afraid," he said. "You are all right, the brightest angel in the world. You are torn by conflicting emotions. You fancy your duty lies in certain directions, and you are troubled over it. And yet it will come right in the end, Marion. We did not lose Geoffrey, after all." "Thank God, no. And yet there is plenty of time." "There is ample time for the right as well as the wrong, Marion. But do not let us talk of the past any more, my dear. I am not going to pry into your secrets, and I know how far to trust you. Let me walk part of the way with you. I can wait by the barn till you return." Marion raised no objection. It was the dead of night now, and there was no fear of meeting anybody. Yet Marion started uneasily as Ralph began to whistle. She ventured to suggest that the noise was not prudent. "Perhaps you are right," Ralph said amicably. At any rate, I will wait here till your return. You have not far to go, of course?" "I have a very little way to go, uncle. I am going to Jessop's farm." Ralph nodded. The farm loomed up not far off. As Marion darted off, Ralph lighted his pipe and whistled again. Something moved in the bushes. Meanwhile Tchigorsky and Geoffrey were nearing the window. Tchigorsky moved on resolutely and confidently, with the air of a man who was sure of his ground. He put up his hand and fumbled for the catch. It gave at once, and the pair of burglars slipped quietly into the room. "We shall be safe," he said, as he proceeded to strike a match. "It is just as well to take every precaution. What would the estimable Jessop say if he could see into his parlor?" Geoffrey smiled. "He'd be astonished," he said. "A little dismayed, too. But he would say nothing so long as I am here. Jessop would stand on his head for me." The strong rays of the lamp lighted up the room. There were flowers everywhere, dainty china on the table full of blooms, bowls filled with choicest fruits. Wine sparkled in the crystal goblets on the sideboard, a silver cigarette box was conspicuous, and on a safe lay an object to which Tchigorsky called his companion's attention. "What do you make that out to be?" he asked. Geoffrey picked up the drapery. On the top of it lay something red with a feather in it. It appeared to be a costume of some kind. As Geoffrey held it aloft a light gradually broke in upon him. "Well?" Tchigorsky asked. "Have you solved the problem?" "I have," Geoffrey replied. "It is the blue dress and tam o' shanter hat which have played so conspicuous a part lately. But what brings them here? Has Mrs. May a companion hidden somewhere? A companion who might be Marion's sister?" "Seems like it," Tchigorsky said with a dry smile. "But I am not going to enlighten you any further on that question at present. Mrs. May and the girl in the blue dress are two separate people, anyway." "You forgot that I have seen them together," said Geoffrey. "I had forgotten that. Well, it won't be long now before the identity of the lady in the smart dress and coquettish hat is established. Meanwhile we came here in search of something far more important than a woman's costume. Help me to turn out all those drawers, and be careful to replace everything exactly as you find it. We have a good 3 hours before us, and much depends upon the result of our search. Keep a keen eye open for papers in any language that is unfamiliar to you." For an hour the search proceeded, and yet nothing came to light. There were plenty of bills, most of them emanating from West End establishments, accounts for dresses and flowers, boxes for theatres and the like, but nothing more. Tchigorsky glanced keenly around the room. "I am afraid we shall be compelled to show our hand," he said. "Mrs. May is so clever that I half expected to find private papers in some simple place, while an examination of her safe would disclose nothing. She has not anticipated burglary, and what I am looking for is in the safe." "Dare you open it?" Geoffrey asked. "And show my hand, you mean? I fancy so. We are so near success now that it really does not matter. Put the safe on the table," replied Tchigorsky. The heavy iron box slipped as Geoffrey raised it and clanged on the floor. An exclamation of anger and annoyance came from Tchigorsky, and an apology from the younger man. They both stood upright for a few minutes, listening intently. But the people upstairs were sleeping the sleep of the just. There came no answering sound. "Blessings upon the pure air and the high conscience that hold these people," Tchigorsky muttered more amicably. "It's all right, my young friend. Hoist up the box, and let us see if my little steel jimmy will have any effect. I would rather have had the key. It is never well to betray your plans if you can." The speaker paused. From outside, a little way off, there arose a long, shrill scream, the cry of a woman in distress. The sound set Geoffrey's blood leaping. He pushed for the window, but Tchigorsky detained him. "Where are you going?" he asked sternly. "Outside," Geoffrey exclaimed. "A woman is there. She asks for assistance. Can you stand there calmly and see—" "See you making an ass of yourself, eh? My dear boy, on my word of honor, there is no woman in danger yonder. In a measure I am glad to hear that cry, though it proves to me that our allies have not been so artistic over their work as they might have been. You will not hear that cry again." "Perhaps not," Geoffrey said, reassured considerably by Tchigorsky's placid manner. "But I hear footsteps outside." Tchigorsky smiled. He had taken some steel bits from his pocket, but he replaced them again. "If they are, then they are the footsteps of a friend," he said. "This being so, there will be no need for me to give you lessons in the way not to open a safe. Are you right? It seems as if the window was opening." The window was indeed opening. It moved half an inch, and then there was a hist, and something clanged on the floor. Tchigorsky took the matter as coolly as if it had all been arranged beforehand. He did not move as the window closed again, and stealthy footsteps outside moved away. "Is it all right?" Geoffrey asked. Tchigorsky smiled broadly. "Splendid," he said. "It could not have been better. My boy, this is the night's work which is going to crown our endeavours. Yonder we have the proofs, and here we have the means of getting them." He picked the metallic object from the floor. He fitted it to the lock of the safe, and instantly a mass of queer things was discovered. Tchigorsky's eyes gleamed as he saw this. They positively flamed as he turned out a lot of papers. At the bottom was a book in metal covers. As Tchigorsky fluttered it open, a cry broke from him. "Found!" he exclaimed. "Found! We have them in the hollow of our hands." End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51. What does this mean? With less courage than she usually felt, Marion went on her way. Perhaps there was no more miserable being in England at that moment. It is hard to play a double part, hard to be thrust one way by cruel circumstances when the heart and soul are crying out to go the other. This was Marion's position, and whichever way she went, she was destined to be equally unhappy and miserable. She had to help her relations. She had to try to shield that infamous woman at the same time. And now the great secret of her life had come to light. That was the bitterest trial of all. Vera had discovered that Marion loved Geoffrey. Ralph Ravenspur had made the same discovery long ago, but it did not matter so very much about him. Vera was different. And here she was in the dead of night carrying out the errand of the deadliest foe the house of Ravenspur had ever known. She was half inclined to throw the whole thing to the winds, to disappear and never return again. Why should she... She stopped. Something was stirring in the bushes on either side of her. Perhaps it was a rabbit or a fox. Probably somebody had dogged her footsteps. "Who are you?" Marion cried. "Speak, or I call for help." The threat was futile, considering the time of night. The bushes parted, and two men appeared. Marion gave one loud scream, but before she could repeat the cry, a hand was laid on her lips. Whoever they were not unduly rough. The hand that stayed further clamor was hard, but it was not cruel. "You are not to cry out again," a voice whispered. "I will not injure you if you promise not to call out." Marion indicated that she would comply with this suggestion. Immediately the hand fell from her lips. "This is an outrage," she said. "Who are you?" "That is beside the point," was the reply. "It is an outrage, but we are not going to treat you badly. We are unfortunately compelled to keep you for some 24 hours from the custody of your friends, but you may rest assured that you will be treated with every consideration." "I am your prisoner, then?" "Since you like to put it that way, yes." Marion was properly indignant. She pointed out that the course these men were pursuing was a criminal one, and that it was likely to lead them into trouble. But she might have been speaking to the winds. If she could only see these people! She had not the remotest idea what they were like. The man who spoke was evidently a gentleman. His companion seemed like a working man, a sailor by his walk. And yet it was impossible to see the faces of either. "Where are you going to take me?" Marion asked. "We are going to conduct you to one of the caves," was the reply. "Unfortunately, no house is available for our purpose, or we should not put you to this inconvenience. But we have made every preparation for your comfort, and you are not likely to suffer for want of food or anything of that kind. And I pledge you my word of honor that you shall not be detained a minute beyond the specified time." He touched Marion on the arm to indicate a forward movement. "I suppose it is of no use to ask your name," Marion said coldly. "I have no objection," said the other. "The time is coming when it will be necessary to speak very plainly indeed. My name is George Abell, and I am secretary to Dr. Sergius Tchigorsky. My friend's name is Elphick. He was at one time a servant in the employ of one of your family." "Tchigorsky!" Marion cried. "But he is dead." "That seems to be the popular impression," Abell said gravely. The words appeared to strike a chill in Marion. She began to comprehend that all her sacrifices had been made in vain. "Tchigorsky not dead?" she said hoarsely. "No," said Abell. "I saw him a little time ago. It will perhaps not surprise you to hear that I am acting under his orders." "But he could not know that I—" "Dr. Tchigorsky seems to divine matters. He seems to know what people will do almost by instinct. He is a wonderful man and does wonderful things, but I cannot tell you any more. I am merely acting under orders." He indicated the way, and Marion proceeded without further protest. She felt like a condemned criminal when the sentence is pronounced. Certain things were coming to an end. A long period of suspense and anxiety was nearly finished. How it was going to end, Marion neither knew nor cared. But she did know that the woman who was known as Mrs. May was doomed. Not another word passed until the foot of the cliffs was reached. It was no easy matter to get down in the dark, but it was managed at length. It was near the lonely spot where Geoffrey's stranded boat had been found. For days together nobody came here, and Marion could not console herself with the fact that she would be rescued. Not that she much cared. Indeed, it was a matter of indifference to her what happened. Abel was polite and attentive. He indicated a pile of rugs and wraps. If Miss Ravenspur wanted anything, she had only to call out and it would be supplied immediately. "I wanted nothing but to rest," Marion said wearily. "I am tired out. I feel as if I could sleep for 1,000 years. I am so exhausted mentally that I have no astonishment to find myself in this strange situation." Abel bowed and retired. The night was warm, and the cave, being above any, even the high spring tides, was dry. Marion flung herself down upon the pile of wraps, and almost at once fell fast asleep. When she came to herself again, the sun was shining high. Outside, Abel was pacing the sands. Marion called to him. "I want some breakfast," she said. "And then I should like to have a talk with you. If only I had a looking-glass." "You don't need one," Abel said respectfully, if admiringly. "Still, that has been thought of. There is a looking-glass in the corner." Marion smiled despite herself. She found the glass and propped it up before her. There was no cause for alarm. She looked as neat and fresh as if she had just made a due and elaborate toilet. Geoffrey was fond of saying that, after a football match, Marion would have remained as neat and tidy as ever. She ate her breakfast heartily, good tea with eggs, and bread and butter and strawberries. "Do you want anything more?" asked Abel, looking in. "Nothing, except my liberty," Marion replied. "You may come in and smoke if you like. How long are you going to detain me here?" 24 hours. "But I shall be missed. They will search for me. By this time, of course, they are hunting all over the place for me. They will come here." "I think not," Abel said politely. "It is too near home. Nobody would dream of looking for you in a cave close to the castle. We thought of all that. They will not look for you for other reasons." Marion glanced swiftly at the speaker. "How could you prevent them?" she demanded. Abel puffed airily at his cigarette. He smiled pleasantly. "There are many ways," he said. "You do not come down to breakfast. They begin to be alarmed at your absence. Somebody goes to your room and finds there a note addressed to your grandfather. That note is apparently in your handwriting. It contains a few lines to the effect that you have made a great discovery. You have gone at once to follow it up. The family are not to be alarmed if you do not return till very late. When you come back you hope to have a joyful revelation for everybody." Marion smiled in reply. Abel seemed to be so sure of his ground. "What you outline means forgery," she said. "So I presume," Abel replied coolly. "But forgery is so simple nowadays with the aid of the camera. After what I have told you, you will be able to see that our scheme has been thoughtfully worked out." And when I come back, do I bring a joyful confession with me?" Abel looked steadily at the speaker. There was something in the expression of his eyes that caused her to drop hers. "That depends entirely upon yourself," he murmured. "One thing you may rely upon. The confession will be made and the clouds rolled away. It is only a matter of hours now. Surely you do not need to be told why you are detained?" For some reason best known to herself, Marion did not need to be told. It was a long time before she spoke again. She ought to have been angry with this man. She ought to have turned from him with indignation. But she did nothing of the kind. And if she had, her indignation would have been wasted. "You are in Dr. Tchigorsky's confidence?" she asked. Abel shook his head with a smile. "I know a great deal about him," he said. "I help him in his experiments. But as to being in his confidence, no. I don't suppose any man in the world enjoys that, unless it is your Uncle Ralph." Marion started. In that moment many things became clear to her. Hitherto she had regarded Ralph Ravenspur as anything but a man to be dreaded or feared. Now she knew better. Why had she not thought of this before? "They are great friends?" she said. "Oh, yes. They have been all over the world together, and they have been in places which they do not mention to anybody." End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 52. As Proof of Holy Writ. Tchigorsky hung over the papers before him as if inspired. There was not much, apparently, in the book with the metal clasps, but that little seemed to be fascinating to a degree. The Russian turned it over till he came to the end. "You appear to be satisfied," Geoffrey said. "Satisfied is a poor word to express my feelings," Tchigorsky replied. He stretched himself. He drew a deep breath, like one who has been under water. "I have practically everything here in this diary," he said. "It is written in a language you would fail to understand, but it is all like print to me. Everything is traced down from the first of the family catastrophes to the last attempt by means of the bees. There are letters from Lassa containing instructions for the preparation of certain drugs and poisons. In fact, here is everything." "So that we are rid of our foes at last?" "Not quite. The princess is cunning. We shall have to extract a confession from her. We shall have to get her and her 2 slaves together. It is all a matter of hours, but we shall have to be circumspect. If the woman finds she is baffled, she may be capable of a bitter revenge to finish with." "What are you going to do?" Geoffrey asked. "We are going back to the castle the same way we came," Tchigorsky explained. "We are going to show your Uncle Ralph our find. For the present it is not expedient that Sergius Tchigorsky should come to life again." The box was locked once more and replaced, and then the 2 burglars crept from the house. They had not disturbed anybody, for the upper windows of the farmhouse were all in darkness. A brisk walk brought them to the castle. Upstairs a dim light was still burning in Ralph Ravenspur's window. The light flared up at the signal, and a few minutes later the 3 were seated around the lamp, while the window was darkened again. Ralph sat stolidly smoking as if he had not moved for hours. He evinced not the slightest curiosity as to the success of his companions. Tchigorsky smote him on the back with unwonted hilarity. "So you have been successful?" he croaked. "Oh, you have guessed that!" Tchigorsky cried. "It was a mere matter of time," Ralph replied. "It was bound to come. I knew that from the first day I got here." "All very well," Tchigorsky muttered, "but it was only a matter of time till the Ravensspurs were wiped out, root and branch." "You knew the day you got here?" Geoffrey exclaimed. Ralph turned his inscrutable face to the speaker. "I did, lad," he said. "I came home to ascertain how the thing was worked. Before I slept the first night under the old roof I knew the truth. And I came in time, guided by the hand of Providence, to save the first of a fresh series of tragedies. You wonder why I did not speak. You have asked me before why I did not proclaim my knowledge. And I reply that the whole world would have laughed at me. You would have been the first to deride me, and the assassin would have been warned. I kept my counsel. I worked on like a mole in the dark, and when I had something to go on, Tchigorsky came. Before you are many hours older, the miscreants will stand confessed." Tchigorsky nodded approval. He was deftly rolling a cigarette between his long fingers. "Ralph is right," he said. "We have only to fire the mine now. By the way, Ralph, you were clever to get that key." "Easy enough," Ralph croaked. "I knew the woman would be uneasy about her papers, so I gave her a touch of the cordial on her lips and brought her to her senses. A certain messenger who shall be nameless was sent off with the key. The messenger was detained, is still detained according to arrangements, and her pocket was picked. Elphick dropped back and gave me the key, which I passed on to you." Geoffrey followed in some bewilderment. The messenger business was all strange to him. "Did you know that diary existed?" he asked. "Of course I did," Ralph growled. "In a measure I might say that I had seen it. Many a time at night have I lain in a flower bed under that woman's window and heard her reading from the diary or writing in it. That is why I asked no questions when you came in. I knew you had been successful. And now, Princess Zara, it is my turn." Ralph's voice dropped to a whisper, an intense, burning whisper of hate and vengeance. He rose and paced the room like a caged bird. "What will be her fate?" asked Geoffrey. "Burn her, slay her, hang her!" Ralph cried. "No death is too painful, too loathsome for a creature like that. I could forgive her fanatical cruelty. I could forgive the way she fought for her creed. But when it comes to those allied by ties—" The speaker paused and sat down. "Who talks too fast says too much," he remarked sententiously. "What is the next move?" Geoffrey asked. "Bed, I should say," Tchigorsky suggested dryly. "As far as one can judge, we are likely to have a busy day before us tomorrow. And don't you be surprised at anything you see or hear. It will be all in the day's work, as you English say. I am going to lie up in hiding here, but I shall turn up when the time comes. Good night." It was late when Geoffrey rose the following day, and the family had long had breakfast when he came downstairs. Most of the family were still in the breakfast room or on the terrace in the sunshine. "How is the visitor?" he asked. "Mrs. May seems very queer," Mrs. Gordon explained. "She complains of a sort of paralysis in her lower limbs. At the same time she refuses to see a doctor, saying that she has had something of the kind before." "Does she account for her presence here?" said Geoffrey. "Oh, yes. Of course she had heard you were missing and been informed that everybody from the castle was on the beach. It was getting dark when she saw two strange, suspicious-looking men coming this way. She felt sure that they had designs on the house and followed them. She tried to get somebody to assist her, but could not see a soul anywhere. Then she put on that queer dress and came on here. The two men entered the castle and she crept after them. They discovered her and one of them gave her a blow on the head that stunned her. When she came to her senses again, she was lying in bed. Wasn't it plucky of her?" "Very," Geoffrey said dryly. "But where is Marion?" "Marion, like yourself, seems to be lazily inclined to-day. It is so very unlike her. Indeed, I feel the poor child is anything but well. Those quiet people always feel the most, and poor Marion was greatly upset yesterday." Vera came in at the same moment. She had a merry word or two for Geoffrey as to his late appearance. She had not seen Marion as yet. "Run up to her room, there is a dear girl," said Geoffrey. "This sort of thing is not like Marion. I fear something has happened to her." "I wish you would," Ravenspur observed. Vera disappeared, only to come back presently with the information that Marion's room was empty, and that her bed had not been occupied. She held a little envelope in her hand. "I can only find this," she said. Ravenspur snatched the letter and tore it open. "Extraordinary!" he exclaimed. "Marion says she has found a clue to the troubles and is following it up at once. If she does not come back till late we are not to worry about her. Strange! But I have every confidence in the girl." "May she not come to harm!" Vera said fervently. "Oh, I hope not," Mrs. Gordon cried. "But will this mystery and misery never end?" End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 53 A Little Light. Mrs. May, Princess Zara, the brilliant mystery who wielded so great an influence over the destiny of the House of Ravenspur, lay on her bed smiling faintly in the face of Mrs. Gordon Ravenspur, who stood regarding her with friendly solicitude. Mrs. Gordon had no suspicions whatever. She would have trusted anyone. All the lessons of the years had taught her no prudence in that direction. A kind word or an appeal for assistance always disarmed Mrs. Gordon. "I hope you are comfortable?" she asked. Mrs. May smiled faintly. She appeared a trifle embarrassed. She was acting her part beautifully, as usual. Her audacity and assurance had carried her through great difficulties, and she had confidence in the future. "In my body, perfectly," she said, "but I am so uneasy in my mind." "And you will not have a doctor?" "Not for worlds. There is nothing the matter with me. I have suffered like this before. I have a weak heart, you know, and excitement troubles me thus. But I don't want a doctor." Then why should you worry? Mrs. Gordon asked. I am ashamed of myself, the woman confessed with a laugh. I have been wondering what you must think about me. This is the second time you have had to detain me as an involuntary guest under your roof. The first time I was the victim of idle curiosity. The second time I did try to do you a good turn. I hope you will remember that. It was kind and courageous of you, Mrs. Gordon said warmly. How many people would have done as much for strangers? And please do not talk about it any more, or I shall be distressed. Mrs. May was by no means sorry to change the conversation. 1,000 questions trembled on her lips, but she restrained them. She was burning to know certain things, but the mere mention of such matters might have aroused suspicions in a far simpler mind than that of Mrs. Gordon. "So long as you are all well, it doesn't matter," she said. "This afternoon I shall make an effort to get up. Meanwhile, I won't keep you from your household duties. Could I see one of those charming girls, Miss Vera or Marion? I have taken such a fancy to them." "Vera shall come presently. She has gone to the village," Mrs. Gordon explained. As to Marion she could say nothing. "Marion has been an enigma to us lately," she explained. "I need not tell you of the dark shadows hanging over this unhappy house, or how near we have been to the solution of the mystery on more than one occasion. And now Marion has an idea, queer child. She went out, presumably last night, leaving a note to say she had really got on the track at last, and that we were not to worry about her, even if she did not return to-day. So strange of Marion." Mrs. May had turned her face away. She was fearful lest the other, prattling on in her innocent way, should see the rage and terror and despair of her features. "Queer," she muttered hoarsely. "Did she write to you?" "No, to my husband's father. Her note was given to me. Even now I don't know what to make of it. Would you like to see the letter? You are so clever that you may understand it better than I do." "I should like to see the letter." It was an effort almost beyond the speaker's powers to keep her voice steady. Even then the words sounded in her ears as if they came from somebody else. From her pocket Mrs. Gordon produced the letter. Mrs. May appeared to regard it languidly. "If I knew the girl better I could tell you," she said. "It sounds sincere, but my head is beginning to ache again." Mrs. Gordon was all solicitude. She drew down the blinds and produced eau de cologne, and fanned the brow of the sufferer after drenching it with the spirit. Mrs. May smiled languidly but gratefully. At the same time it was all she could do to keep her hands from clutching the other by the throat and screaming out that unless she was left alone murder would be done. "Now I really can leave you," Mrs. Gordon said. "It would be the greatest kindness," the invalid murmured gratefully. The door softly closed. Mrs. May struggled to a sitting position. Her eyes were gleaming, yet a hard despair was on her face. She ought to be up and doing, but her lower limbs refused their office. "A forgery," she said between her teeth. "Marion never wrote that letter. If they were not blind they could see that for themselves. Marion has been decoyed away, and if so, somebody has that key. If I only knew. Tchigorsky is dead, and Ralph Ravenspur is an idiot. Who, then, is the prime mover in this business?" The woman did not know, and for the life of her she could not guess. Tchigorsky was out of the way, dead and buried. Ralph Ravenspur and Geoffrey were antagonists, not worthy of a second thought. But somebody was moving, and that somebody a skilled and vigorous foe. For once the arch conspirator was baffled. The foe had the enormous knowledge of knowing his quarry, while the quarry had not the least notion where or how to look for the hunter. And the fish was fast to the line. Unless it got away at once, the landing net would be applied, and there would be an end of all things. But she could not move. She could do nothing but lie there, gasping in impotent rage. There was only one person in the world who could help her now, and that was Marion. And where was Marion? Only the man on the other side of the chessboard knew that. She wished she knew. Oh, she wished she knew a score of things. Did the people of the castle suspect her? Hardly that, or Mrs. Gordon had not been so friendly. What had become of the coat and glass mask she was wearing at the time things went wrong in Geoffrey Ravenspur's room? Had her subordinates heard her cry? Had they fled, or had they been taken? If they had fled, had they removed the instruments with them? Mrs. May would have given 5 years of her life for enlightenment on these vital questions. Even she could not read the past and solve the unseen. Tears of impotent rage and fury rose to her eyes. While she was lying there wasting the diamond minutes, the foe was at work. At any time that foe might come down with the most overwhelming proofs and crush her. Marion had been spirited away. Why? So that the key of the safe might be stolen and used to advantage. Once more the woman tried to raise herself from the bed. It was useless. She slipped the bedclothes into her mouth to stifle the cries that rose to her lips. She was huddled under them when the door opened and Vera stepped in. "Did you call out?" she asked. "I was passing your door and fancied I heard a cry. Are you suffering from a headache?" Mrs. May's first impulse was to order the girl away. Then an idea came to her. "The headache is gone," she said sweetly. "It was just a twinge of neuralgia. I wonder if you would do me a favor." "Certainly." "Then I wish you would get me some paper and envelopes. I have a note to write. There is a child in the village I am fond of. She comes and sits in the tangle at the bottom of the Jessops' garden and talks to me. I am afraid she thinks more of my chocolates than me, but that is a detail." "You want to write the child a note. How sweet of you." "Oh, no," Mrs. May said. She was going to embark on a dangerous effort and was not quite certain as yet. But desperate diseases require desperate remedies. "It is nothing, and I don't want anybody to know." "I am sure you can trust me." "Of course I can, my dear child. And I will. Please get me the materials." Vera brought the paper and essentials. With a smile on her face Mrs. May wrote the letter. Inside the envelope she placed something she had taken from the bosom of her dress. "A cake of chocolate," she explained smilingly. "See, I do not address the envelope, but place on it this funny sign that looks like an intoxicated problem in Euclid. The child will understand. And now I am going to ask you to do me a favor. Will you please take the letter without letting anybody know what you are doing, and put it at the foot of the big elder in the tangle? I dare say it sounds very stupid of me, but I don't want the child to be disappointed." Vera professed herself ready and also to be charmed with the idea. She would go at once, she said, and Mrs. May raised no obstacle. At the end of the corridor Vera was confronted with her Uncle Ralph. He held out his hand. "I was listening," he said. "I knew beyond all doubt that something of the kind would be attempted. I want that letter." "But, uncle, I promised—" "It matters nothing what you promised. It is of vital importance that the inside of that letter should be seen. Chocolate for a child, indeed! Death to us all, rather. You are going to give me that letter, and I am going to open it. Afterwards it shall be sealed again, and you shall carry it to its destination. The letter!" Dazed and bewildered, Vera handed it to him. It was not a nice thing to do, but then nice methods were not for Mrs. May. Ralph grasped the letter and made off towards his room. "Wait here," he said. "I shall not be a few minutes. I am merely going to steam that envelope open and master the contents. Don't go away." Vera nodded. She was too astonished for words. Not that she felt compunction any longer. Presently Ralph returned. "There you are, my child," he said. "If I seemed harsh to you, forgive me. It is no time for courtesies. You can take the letter now and deliver it. It has been a good and great discovery for us." End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 54. Exit the Asiatics. Tchigorsky, Ralph Ravenspur, and Geoffrey sat smoking in the blind man's room. It was late the same afternoon, and from the window could be heard the thunder of the incoming tide. Tchigorsky appeared to be in excellent spirits, puffed his cigarette with gusto, and came out in the new role of a raconteur. "We have them all now," he said. "To-day will settle everything. It was a pretty idea of Ralph's to hang about the corridor, under the impression that the woman would try to send some kind of message to her familiars. Real genius, I call it." "Not a bit of it," Ralph said doggedly. "Tch! A child would have done the same. The woman was bound to try to send a letter. She lies there helpless, but knows that somebody is moving in her tracks. And, to add to her suspense, she hasn't an idea who is following her up. Don't you see she is in the dark? Don't you understand that she suspects she has been trapped? She wants to know all about her infernal apparatus. She wants her information all at one fell swoop. And when she found that Marion was missing, she felt certain that her time was near." "What is her hold over Marion?" Geoffrey asked. "And why has Marion gone away?" Tchigorsky said evasively. "We shall come to a full understanding about that presently. Let us begin to unravel the skein from the start. I read that letter which Ralph gave to me, the letter which by this time is in the hands of that woman's familiars. They have instructions to come to the castle at dusk and enter it by way of the vaults. When the family are at dinner, the Orientals will make their way up to their mistress." "But can they?" Geoffrey asked. "Of course they can. Many a night have they been here. But we have already stopped any danger that way by locking the door of the vault, the one below sea level. Then we shall go down the cliffs presently and take the chaps like rats in a trap. They will be arrested and handed over to the police because the time has come when we can afford to show our hands. The end is very near. But the evidence against Mrs. May? Geoffrey suggested. Tchigorsky tapped his breast pocket significantly. You have forgotten the diary, he said. I have evidence enough here to hang that vile wretch over and over again. I have evidence enough to place in the hands of the government which will convince those gentry in the temples beyond Lhasa that they had better be content to leave us alone in future, unless they desire to have their temples blown about their ears. This diary clinches the whole business. The house of Ravenspur is free." "God grant that it may be so," Geoffrey said fervently. "We have only to wait till dusk. Tell me the rest of your adventures in the Black Valley." Tchigorsky nodded as he proceeded to make a fresh cigarette. "There is not much more to tell," he said. "Some day, when I have more leisure on my hands, I will give the whole business, chapter and verse. I have only told you enough for you to know the class of foe you have to deal with. Well, as I told you, we shot 2 of the priests whose business it was to guide our stumbling feet to the bottom and then leave us there. We knew that these men would never be missed, so that we hadn't much anxiety on that score. The others, despite their sacred calling, were just as anxious to live as anybody else. To prevent any chance of escape, we took off our flowing robes, tore them into strips, and bound our guides to ourselves. It was a good thing we did so, for before long we plunged into darkness so thick that its velvety softness seemed to suffocate us. You will hardly believe me, but for 2 whole days and nights we stumbled on in that awful darkness, without food or rest, except now and again when we fell exhausted. All that time we could see nothing, but there were awful noises from unseen animals, roars and yells and cries of pain. Loathsome, greasy reptiles were under our feet. The clammy rocks seemed to be alive with them. Yet they did us no harm. Indeed, their sole object seemed to be to get out of our way. Sometimes great eyes gleamed at us, but those eyes were ever filled with a terror greater than our own. After a bit this sense of fear passed away. Had we been alone, had we possessed no hope of ultimate salvation, the unseen horrors of the place would have driven us mad. We should have wandered on until we had dropped hopelessly insane and perished. Even a man utterly devoid of imagination could not have fought off the mad terror of it all. As for me, I will never forget it." Tchigorsky paused and wiped his forehead. Glancing at Ralph, Geoffrey could see that the latter was trembling like a leaf. "We came to the end of it, at length," Tchigorsky went on. "We came to light and a long desolate valley whence we proceeded into an arid desert. Here we found our latitude and dismissed our guides. We ought to have shot them, but we refrained. It would have saved a deal of trouble. They were not less dangerous than mad dogs. We got into communication with our guides and servants in a day or 2, and there ended the first and most thrilling volume of our adventures. How the Princess Zara has persecuted us ever since, you know. And how we are going to turn the tables on that fiend of a woman, you also know." There was a long silence after Tchigorsky had finished, and dusk began to fall. Geoffrey looked out of the window toward the sea. Suddenly he started. "Blobber Rock!" he gasped. "Covered! Not a vestige of it to be seen! It is high spring tide to-day, the highest of the month, and I had forgotten all about it." "What difference does it make?" Tchigorsky asked. "It fills the underground caves. Geoffrey cried. "We have locked the doors of the lower vault, and in that vault are the two Asiatics waiting the orders of their mistress. A spring tide fills that vault with water. If those men got that letter, as they are pretty sure to have done by this time, then they are dead men. Once they get into the cave, the tide would cut them off, and they would be drowned like rats in a sewer. Of course, they would have no idea the vault was closed to them, and—" "Quite right," Tchigorsky interrupted. "I never thought of that. And I had no knowledge of the state of the tide. And there are other caves where—" He was going to say, "where Marion is," but paused. Ralph seemed to divine what was in his mind. The reply seemed incontinent, but Tchigorsky understood. "All the other caves are practically beyond high water mark," he said. "What Geoffrey says is correct, and our forgetfulness has saved the hangman a job. But wouldn't it be well to make sure?" Tchigorsky was of that opinion. "No need to alarm the household," he said. "Geoffrey shall procure a lantern, and I will come and assist in the search. I don't want to be seen just yet, but it really does not much matter, as there is no need for further concealment. If these men are drowned, they are drowned, and there is an end of the matter. In any case, we have the chief culprit by the heels." It was possible, after all, to reach the vaults without being seen. Geoffrey procured a lantern, and the party set out. When they were at the bottom of the steps, they could hear the sea slashing and beating on the walls and sides of the vault. A great wave slipped up as the door opened. Geoffrey bent down, with the lantern in his hand. For some time he searched the boiling spume, without success. "Can you see anything?" asked Tchigorsky. "Nothing whatever," said Geoffrey. "It is possible that they might not— Ah!" He shuddered as he raised the light. The spume ceased to boil for a moment, then a stiff, rigid hand crept horribly from the flood. A brown, sodden face followed. There lay one of the Asiatics past the power of farther harm. "You have seen one," Tchigorsky shouted, "and there is the other." Another face came up like a repulsive picture on a screen. A minute later, and the two bodies were dripping on the steps of the vault. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 55. A Shock for the Princess. It was not a pleasant task, but it had to be done. Fortunately, it was possible to do everything discreetly and in order, for the vaults were large, and there was not the slightest chance that any of the household would come near. The bodies were laid out there, and the key turned upon them. Geoffrey looked at his companions and inquired what was to be done next. "Inform the head of the house and send for the police," Tchigorsky said. "So far as I can see, it will be impossible to keep the matter a secret. Nor are we to blame. Those men came here for no good purpose, and we took steps to prevent them from entering the house. Unfortunately, we forgot there would be an exceptionally high tide today, and consequently they have paid the penalty of their folly. But we can't bury these two fellows as we did the others." "Hadn't we better search them?" Ralph suggested. "They came in response to the note sent them by their mistress. The note was opened and read. One of them is sure to have the letter on his person." "Then let the police find it," Tchigorsky said promptly. "It will be the link in the evidence that we require. When you and I come to tell our story, Ralph, and the police find that letter, the net around Princess Zara will be complete. I have only to produce that diary and the case is finished." Ralph nodded approval. 5 minutes later and the head of the house, seated over a book in the library, was exceedingly astonished to see Ralph and Geoffrey, followed by Tchigorsky, enter the room. He swept a keen glance over their faces. He saw at once they had news of grave import for him. "I do not understand," he said. "Dr. Tchigorsky, I am amazed. I was under the impression that you were dead and buried." "Other people shared the same opinion, sir," Tchigorsky said coolly. "The great misfortune of another man was my golden opportunity. It was necessary for certain people to regard me as dead, your enemies particularly. But perhaps I had better explain." "It would be as well," Ravenspur murmured. Tchigorsky proceeded to clear the mystery of Voski's death. He had to tell the whole story, beginning at Lassa and going on to the end. Ravenspur listened with the air of a man who dreams. To a man used all his life to the quiet life of an English shire, it seemed impossible to believe that such things could be. And why should these people persecute him? Why should they come here? What did those men mean by drowning themselves in the vaults? "They came here at the instigation of Mrs. May," Tchigorsky said. "But I don't see how that lady comes to be in it at all." "You will in a minute," said Tchigorsky grimly. "You will when I tell you that Mrs. May and Princess Zara are one and the same person." Ravenspur gasped. The bare idea of having such a woman under his roof filled him with horror. Even yet he could not understand his danger. "But why does she come?" he demanded. "For revenge on you two?" "Oh, no. My being here was a mere coincidence. Of course the princess would have removed me sooner or later. Ralph, strange to say, she does not recognize at all, possibly because he has disguised himself with such simple cleverness. Princess Zara came here to destroy your family." "In the name of heaven, why?" "Partly for revenge, partly for money. I told you all about her husband, who was an English officer. I told you why she had married him. When she discovered the papers she wanted, then she killed him and returned to her own people, giving out that she and her husband had perished up country in a fearful cholera epidemic. She wanted money. Why not kill off her husband's family one by one, so that finally the estate should come to her? Mr. Ravenspur, surely you have guessed who was the English officer Princess Zara married?" Ravenspur staggered back as before a heavy blow. The illuminating flash almost stunned him. He fell gasping into a chair. "My son, Jasper," he said hoarsely. "That fiend is his widow." "And Marion's mother," Ralph croaked. Geoffrey was almost as much astonished as his grandfather. He wondered why he had not seen all this before. Once explained, the problem was ridiculously simple. Ravenspur covered his face with his hands. "Marion must not know," he said. "It would kill her." "She knows already," Tchigorsky said. "That woman has great influence over her child, and the idea was for the child to get everything. The others were to be killed off until she was the only one left. With this large fortune at command, Zara meant to be another Queen of Sheba, and she would have succeeded, too." Ravenspur shuddered. He was torn by conflicting emotions. Perhaps tenderness and sympathy for Marion were uppermost. How much did she know? How much had she guessed? Was she entirely in the dark as to her mother's machinations, or had she come resolved to protect the relatives as much as possible? Ravenspur poured out these questions one after another. Tchigorsky could or would say nothing to relieve the other's feelings on these points. "What you ask has nothing to do with the case," he said. "I have proved to you, I am prepared to prove in any court of law, how your family has been destroyed and who is the author of the mischief. She is under your roof, where she is powerless to move. Her two confederates lie dead in the vaults yonder. I have already explained to you how it came about that the princess is here and how her infernal apparatus failed. It now remains to call in the police." "There will be a fearful scandal," Ravenspur groaned. Tchigorsky glanced at him impatiently. The cosmopolitan knew a great many things that were sealed books to Ravenspur. In point of knowledge, it was as a child alongside a great master. But Tchigorsky knew nothing of family pride. "Which will be forgotten in a week," he said emphatically. "And when the thing is over, you will be free again. You cannot realize what that means as yet." "No," Ravenspur said, "I cannot." "Nevertheless, you can see for yourself that what I say is a fact," Tchigorsky resumed. "And as a country magistrate and a deputy lieutenant, you would hardly venture to suggest that we should bury those bodies and say nothing to anybody about it." Ravenspur nodded approval. A few minutes later a groom was carrying a note to the police inspector at Alton. Ravenspur turned to Tchigorsky with a manner more genial than he usually assumed. "I have forgotten to thank you," he said. "And you, Ralph, have saved the house. If you can forget the past—" He said no more, but his hand went out. Ralph seemed to divine it and pressed it closely. There was no word uttered on either side, but they both understood, and Ralph smiled. Geoffrey had never seen his uncle smile before. The expression on his face was genial, almost handsome. His wooden look had utterly disappeared, and nobody ever saw it again. The transformation of Ralph Ravenspur was not the least wonderful incident of the whole mysterious affair. The door opened and Vera came lightly into the room. "What does all this mystery mean?" she asked. "Geoffrey, you are Dr. Tchigorsky." The last words came with a scream that might have been heard all over the house. Tchigorsky closed the door and proceeded rapidly to explain. But it was not the full explanation he had given to the others. There was time enough for that. Vera was too bewildered to ask questions. At a sign from Geoffrey she slipped from the room. Then she recollected that she had come downstairs on an errand of mercy. She promised to get a cup of tea for the woman whom she still knew as Mrs. May. She procured the tea from the drawing room, and in a dazed kind of state made her way up the stairs again. Mrs. May was sitting up in bed. There was a pink spot on either cheek, and her dark eyes were blazing. "I hope nothing is wrong," she said. "It might have been my fancy, but it seems to me that I heard you call Tchigorsky's name at the top of your voice." The suggestion was made with a fervent earnestness that the woman could not repress. but Vera did not notice it. "I did," she said. "I walked into the library, hearing voices there, and in a chair Dr. Tchigorsky was seated. No wonder that I cried out. It was a fearful shock. And when he began to talk, I could not believe the evidence of my senses." "Then who was it that was buried?" The woman asked the question mechanically. She knew perfectly well what the reply would be. She knew that she had been discovered at last, and that the murder of Voski had been turned to good purpose by Tchigorsky. And she knew now who her new ally, Ben Heer, really was. "Dr. Voski," Vera explained. "I have been hearing all about Lassa and a certain Princess Zara, who seems to be a dreadful wretch, but I fear that I am exciting you, and you haven't drunk your tea." The woman gulped down her tea and then fell back on her bed, closing her eyes. She wanted to be alone, to have time to think. Danger had threatened her before, but not living, palpitating peril like this. Vera crept away, and the woman rose again, but she could not get from her bed. Passionate, angry tears filled her eyes. "That man has beaten me," she groaned. "It is finished for good and all. But their revenge will not be of a long duration." End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 56. Marion Comes Back. The police had more or less taken possession of Ravenspur. They were everywhere asking questions that Tchigorsky took upon himself to answer. As he had expected, the note carried by Vera and deposited in the farmhouse garden had been found on one of the bodies. The inspector of police was an intelligent man, and he fell in with everything that Tchigorsky suggested. "Of course, you can't read this book," said the Russian, as he handed over the fateful diary for safe custody. "But there are one or two Oriental scholars in London who will bear out my testimony. Have you any doubt?" "Personally, not the least," the inspector replied. "You say it is impossible for that woman to get away?" "Absolutely impossible. She is safe for days." "Then in that case there is no need to arrest her. That will have to come after the inquest of these men, which we shall hold to-morrow. And what a sensation the case will make! If I had read this thing in a book I should have laughed at it. And now we must have a thorough search for those electrical appliances." It was long past dinner time before the police investigations were finished. Aided by Tchigorsky, a vast amount of mechanical appliances was found, including the apparatus that was to do so much harm to the Ravenspurs, and which had ended in wrecking the schemes of their arch enemy. "Inquest at 10 tomorrow, sir," the inspector remarked to Ravenspur. "I am very sorry, but we shall not trouble you more than we can help." Ravenspur shook his head sadly. He was not particularly versed in the ways of the law, but he could see a long case ahead, and he was beginning to worry about Marion. It was nearly 10 o'clock now, and the girl had not returned. It would be a sad homecoming for the girl, but they would all do what they could for her. Everybody appeared to be duly sympathetic except Ralph, who said nothing. Tchigorsky seemed to have obliterated himself entirely. Geoffrey had retired to the billiard room, where Vera followed him. They started a game, but their nerves were in no condition to finish it. Cues were flung down and the lovers stood before the fireplace. "What are you thinking about?" Geoffrey asked. Vera looked up dreamingly. She touched Geoffrey's cheek caressingly. She looked like one who is happy and yet at the same time ashamed of her own happiness. "Of many things, pleasant and otherwise," she said. "I am still utterly in the dark myself, but those who know tell me that the shadow has lifted forever. That in itself is so great a joy that I dare not let my mind dwell upon it as yet. To think that we may part and meet again, to think but I dare not let my mind dwell upon that. But what has Mrs. May to do with it?" Vera was not behind the scenes as yet. Still, within a few hours the thing must come out. What the family regarded as a nurse had been procured for the invalid, a nurse who really was a female warder in disguise, and Ravenspur had sternly given strict orders that nobody was to go near that room. He vouchsafed no reason why. He gave the order, and it was obeyed. Then Geoffrey told Vera everything. He went through the whole story from the very beginning. Vera listened as one in a dream. Such wickedness was beyond her comprehension. Awful as the cloud was that had long hung over the house of Ravenspur, Vera had not imagined it to be lined with such depravity as this. "And so that inhuman wretch is Marion's mother?" said Vera. "The child of a creature who deliberately murdered a husband and tried to destroy his family so that she could get everything into her hands? No wonder that Marion has been a changed creature since this Mrs. May has been about. How I pity her anguish and condition of mind. But had Marion a sister?" "Not that I ever heard of. Why?" "I was thinking of that other girl, the girl so like Marion that you were talking about just now. What has become of her?" Geoffrey shook his head. He had forgotten that most mysterious personage. It was more than likely, he explained, that Tchigorsky would know. Not that it much mattered. The two were silent for some little time. Then a peal of laughter from the drawing room caused them to smile. "My mother," said Vera. "I have not heard her laugh like that for years. Does it not seem funny to realize that before long we shall be laughing and chatting and moving with the world once more, Jeff? I should like to leave Ravenspur and have a long, long holiday on the continent." Geoffrey stooped and kissed her. "So you shall, sweet," he said. "We can be married now, and when we come back to Ravenspur it will be the dear old home I recollect in my childhood's days. Vera, you and I shall be the happiest couple in the world." They went back to the drawing room again. Here the elders were conversing quietly, yet happily. There was an air of cheerful gaiety upon them that the house had not known for many a long day. Gordon Ravenspur was impressing upon his father the necessity of looking more sharply after the shooting. The head of the family had before him some plans of new farm buildings. It was marvelous what a change the last few hours had wrought, and the author of all the sorrow and anguish was upstairs, guarded by eyes that never tired. "How bright and cheerful you look," Vera said. "It only wants one thing to make the picture complete. You can guess, dear grandfather." "Marion," Ravenspur said. "Marion, of course." "She will come back," Ralph murmured. "Marion will return. We know now that no harm could come to the girl. I should not wonder if she were not on her way home this very moment." Half an hour passed, an hour elapsed, and yet no Marion. They were all getting uneasy but Ralph, who sat doggedly in his chair. Then there was a commotion outside, the door opened, and Marion came in. She looked pale and uneasy. She glanced from one to the other with frightened eyes. It was easy to see that she was greatly moved, and, moreover, was not sure as to the warmth of her reception. But she might have made her mind easy on that score. All rose to welcome her. "My dear, dear child," Vera cried, "where have you been?" Vera fluttered forward and took off Marion's cloak. All seemed to be delighted. Marion dropped into a chair with quivering smile. Ralph had felt his way across to her, and stood by the side of her chair. "I fancied I had made a discovery," she said. "It occurred to me, perhaps but don't let us talk about myself. Has anything happened here?" "Much," Ralph cried. "Great things. The mystery is solved." "Solved?" Marion gasped. "You have found the culprit?" "The culprit is in the house. She is Mrs. May. I prefer to call her Princess Zara, and yet again I might call her Mrs. Ravenspur, wife of the late Jasper Ravenspur. Marion, we have found your mother." Marion said nothing. Her head had fallen forward, and she sat swaying in her chair. There was a hard yet pleading look in her eyes. Ralph bent down and drew her none too tenderly to her feet. "The she-wolf is yonder, the cub is here," he cried. "Are you going to speak, or shall I tell the story? Speak, or let me do it." Ravenspur sprang forward angrily. "What are you doing?" he cried. "To lay hand on that angel—" "Ay," said Ralph, "an angel truly, but a fallen one. Lucifer in the dust." End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 57. Hand and Foot. What did it mean? Why was there all this commotion in the house? And why did everybody leave her so severely alone? These were the questions that Princess Zara, otherwise Mrs. May, otherwise Mrs. Jasper Ravenspur, asked herself. And why had Marion not returned? Oh, it was bitter to lie there fettered hand and foot at the very moment when activity and cunning and action were most imperatively needed. And Tchigorsky was not dead. How she had been tricked and fooled! Fate had played against her. Who would have anticipated that Voski would have come to Ravenspur and met his death there? By this time the sham Ben Heer had all necessary proofs in his hands. The door opened and a resolute-looking woman came in. Her garb was something of the hospital type, yet more severe and plainer. She came in and took her place with the air of one who watches a prisoner. "I do not require your services," the adventuress said coldly. "It is immaterial, madam," was the equally cold reply. "I am sent here to do my duty whether you require my services or not." "Indeed? Am I to regard myself as a prisoner, then?" The other bowed. The bolt had fallen. There was nothing for it but to submit quietly. By this time Tchigorsky's proofs were in possession of the police. The prisoner smiled grimly as she thought how she could escape her foes yet. "What is the confusion in the house?" she asked. "What is your name?" "My name is Simmons. I was fetched here by the inspector of police. The bodies of 2 Asiatics have been found drowned in the vaults, and they are getting ready for the inquest tomorrow." Once again the defeated murderess smiled. Fate was all against her. Those men had come to do her bidding and had perished. Doubtless the note sent by Vera Ravenspur would be found on one of them, and this would be no more than another link in the long chain. She tried to rise, but she could not. She lay on the bed fully dressed. Her brain was as quick and as clear as ever, but the paralysis in her lower limbs fettered her. A blind fury shook her for the moment. If she had only been free to move, she would have triumphed even yet. Tchigorsky might have been a clever man, but she would have shown him that he was no match for her. And now she had walked into the trap he had laid for her. Doubtless she had been watched into the castle. Doubtless the enemy had seen her lay those wires, and had arranged to give her a taste of that deadly stuff she had prepared for others. Then Marion had been spirited away, and the key of the safe taken from her. Subsequently Tchigorsky had ransacked the box. Oh, she saw it all. The family of Ravenspurs saw it all by this time, too. She was no longer a guest in the house of Ravenspur, but a prisoner in charge of a female warder. In a day or two she would be cast into prison. In due course she would undergo her trial, and finally be hanged by the neck until she were dead. It was this last thought that caused her to smile. She was too clever a woman not to accept the inevitable. A great many people in her position would have protested and lied and blustered. She saw the folly of it. "I should like to see Mr. Ravenspur," she said. "Will you tell him so? You need not fear. I am helpless. I could not move." Mrs. Symonds stepped into the corridor and gave the message to a passing servant. After a time a slow step came shuffling along up the stairs. It was Ralph, who presently came into the room. "You can leave us for a little time," he said. Symonds discreetly disappeared. She passed into the corridor. The woman in the bed opened her mouth to speak, but stopped in astonishment. Ralph's glasses were gone, and the smooth unguents had disappeared from his face. Those cruel criss-cross lines stood out with startling distinctness. "You wanted to see my father?" he said. "My father declines to see you in any circumstances. Perhaps I shall do as well." You are one of the men I saw at Lassa." The words came from the woman's lips with a gasp. She had never been so astonished in all her life. "Yes, I was the other one," Ralph said coolly. "I had to disguise myself when I found out you were in England. There is no longer any need for disguise. I hope you are delighted to see me, my dear sister-in-law." "Oh, so you know that also." "You may take it for granted that I knew everything." There was a long pause before the woman spoke again. "I need not ask what opinion you have formed of me?" "You are perhaps the most depraved wretch who ever drew the breath of life," said Ralph, slowly and without emotion. "To your ambition and what you call your religion, you are prepared to sacrifice everything. You deliberately murdered the man who loved you." "Your brother, Jasper. I admit it. Perhaps you will find it impossible to believe that I loved him. But I did with my whole heart and soul. I loved him, and I killed him. Does it not sound strange? But this is the fact. I had to do it. For the sake of my people and my religion, I had to do it. When I recovered those papers, I slew him, as he knew I would. He was the only thing on earth that I had to care for." "Oh, had you not a daughter?" The woman made a gesture of contempt. "A poor creature," she said. "But I brought her up in the strong faith I follow, and so she has not been without her uses. Not that she knows anything of the Holy Temple and the ceremonial there. I never told her about the two men who escaped along the Black Valley. If I had, I should have known you to be a worthy antagonist, instead of a half-witted fool, and then you would never have brought me to this pass. Oh, if I had only told her that!" There was a passionate ring in the woman's voice. It was the first time during the interview that she had displayed any humanity. "You didn't, and there is an end of it," Ralph said. "Go on." "Is there any need to go on? I have failed, and there is an end to the matter. When my husband died, my feelings were turned to rage and hatred of you all. Why should you all live and prosper while he was dead?" said Mrs. May. "With your money I could do anything among my own people. I could found a new dynasty. Did I not possess the occult knowledge of the East, with a thorough knowledge of what you are pleased to call Western civilization? I could do it. A little longer, and your wealth would have come to my child. In other words, it would have come to me. Do you understand what I mean?" "Perfectly. I have understood for some time. Before I returned to England, I had an idea of what was at the bottom of the vendetta. But you would not have succeeded. Tchigorsky and myself made up our minds that if we could not bring the crimes home to you, we would shoot you." Ralph spoke with a grim coldness that was not without its effect upon the listener. Hard as she was, the sentiment was after her own heart. "That would have been murder," she said. "Perhaps so. In the cold, prosaic eyes of the law, we might have been regarded as criminals of the type you mention. But we did not propose to pay any deference to the law. Nor would our deed have been discovered. You would simply have disappeared. We should have shot you and thrown your body into the sea. And I don't fancy that the deed would have weighed very heavily on the conscience of either of us." The woman smiled. Nothing seemed to disturb her. She was full of passionate fury against the decrees of fate, but she did not show it. "I suppose you planned everything out?" she asked. "Everything. Tchigorsky and myself between us. It was Tchigorsky who rescued my nephew after your familiar in the blue dress and red hat had cut the mast and sculls. We guessed that the search for Geoffrey would empty the house, and that you would take advantage of the fact. Geoffrey and I watched you laying those wires. It was I who saw that you had a taste of the poison. I wanted to lay you by the heels here while Tchigorsky overhauled your possessions. Your messenger was waylaid and robbed of your key. Also, I opened the letter you sent by my niece, so that your confederates might be summoned to your assistance." "Marion has come back again?" "Within the last hour, yes. You will see her presently." The woman smiled curiously. "Not tonight," she said. "Not tonight. I am tired and fancy I shall sleep well. I shall be glad of a long, long rest. Shall I see your father?" "No," Ralph said sternly. "You certainly shall not." "Then good night. Do not be surprised if I beat you yet." It was late, and the family were retiring. Marion had already gone. In the drawing-room a group had gathered round the fire. They were silent and sad, for they had heard many things that had moved them strangely. There was a knock at the door, and Simmons looked in. "My prisoner is dead," she said coldly and unmoved. "I suppose she managed to secrete some poison and take it. But she is dead." "It is well," Ravenspur replied. "It might have been worse. It was the best she could do to lift the shadows of disgrace from this unhappy house." End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 58 L'Envoi. Marion had bowed her head before the coming storm. She asked no mercy and expected none, yet she looked the same pure, unaffected saint she had ever appeared. Ravenspur would have taken her hand, but she drew it away. "It is true," she said. "I am a fallen angel. I have never been anything else. Put it down to my mother's training if you like, but I came here as her friend, not yours. My religion is hers, my feelings are hers. I am of her people. With all the wicked knowledge of the East, I came here to cut you off root and branch." "Why?" Ravenspur said brokenly. "In the name of heaven, why?" "Because for years I have been taught to hate you. Because I am at heart an Asiatic. It would be grand to have all your money, so that I might be a great person in my own country some day. Then I came and brought the curse with me. It never seemed to strike any of you that the curse and I came together. 3 deaths followed. In every one of these I played a part. I was responsible for them all. Shall I tell you how?" "No, no," said Ravenspur. "Heavens, this is too horrible. To think of you looking so sweet and so fair and good. To think that you should have crept into our hearts only to betray us like this. We want to hear nothing beyond your confession. Have you a heart at all, or are you a beautiful fiend?" "I did not imagine that I had a heart at all until I came here," Marion replied. She had not abated a jot of her sweetness of expression or angelic manner. "Then gradually I began to love you all. When I met my cousin Geoffrey, I recognized the fact that I was a woman. More than once I have been on the point of betraying myself to him. But the more passion for him filled my heart, the worse I felt. I was going to kill you all off and keep Geoffrey for myself. If Vera had died, he would have come to care for me in time. I know he would. Then my mother came. I was not getting along fast enough for her. Her keen eyes saw into my breast and discovered my secret at once. For that reason she marked Geoffrey down for her next victim. I tried to warn him. I wrote him a letter, and I had to do him to death myself. It was I who cut the mast away. It was I who sawed the skulls. I was the girl in the blue dress." "Amazing!" Geoffrey murmured. "To think of it! Marion, Marion!" There were tears in his eyes. He could not be angry with her. There were tears in the eyes of everybody. Vera was crying softly, and all the grief was as so many daggers in the heart of the unhappy girl. "Go on," she said. "Cry for me. Every look of pity and every sign of grief stings me to the quick. Perhaps I am mad. Perhaps I am not responsible for my actions. But I swear that all the time I have been plotting against your lives, I have cared for you. Only my training in my religion forced me on. Call me insane if you please, as you say of the fakir who sleeps upon a bed of sharp nails. I could explain all the mysteries—" "You need not," Ralph said. "I can do that in good time. From the first I knew you. From the first I have dogged you from room to room at night and frustrated your designs. Then came Tchigorsky, who finished the task for me. Need I say more?" Marion moved towards the door. The imploring look had gone from her face. Her eyes had grown sad and hopeless. And yet in the face of her confession, in the face of the knowledge of her crimes, not one of them had the slightest anger for her. "I am going," she said. "In the event of this happening, I had made my plans. It may be that I shall have to take my trial. It may be that I shall be spared. One thing you may be certain of. My mother will never stand in the dock." Ralph rose and slipped quietly from the room. "If she dies, if anything happens to her," Marion went on, "it may be possible to spare me. Nobody knows anything to my dishonor outside the family but Dr. Tchigorsky, and you can rely upon his silence. If my mother is no more, there need be no scandal. Farewell, farewell to you all. Oh, if heaven had been good to me and sent me here as a little child, then what a happy life might have been mine." She passed out of the room, and nobody made any attempt to detain her. It was a long, long time before anybody spoke, and no voice was raised above a whisper. The shock was stupendous. In none of their past sorrows and troubles had their feelings been more outraged. The cloud lay heavy upon them all. It would be a long while before it passed away. Ravenspur rose at length, his face white and worn. "We can do no good here," he said. "Perhaps sleep will bring us merciful relief." It was at this moment that Symonds looked in with her information. It was no shock, because all were past being shocked. Vera cried on Geoffrey's shoulder. "I am glad of it," she whispered. "It's an awful thing to say, but I am glad. It saves Marion. We shall never see her again, but I am glad she is saved." A young couple were looking down on the Mediterranean from the terrace of an old garden filled with the choicest flowers. The man looked bronzed and well, the girl radiantly happy. For grief has no abiding place in the eyes of youth. "Doesn't it seem wonderful, Geoffrey?" the girl said. "Positively I cannot realize that we have been married 3 weeks. I shall wake up presently and find myself back at Ravenspur again, wondering what dreadful thing is going to happen next." Geoffrey touched a letter that lay in Vera's lap. "Here is the evidence of our freedom," he said. "Read it to me, please." Vera picked up the letter. There was no heading. Then she read: "I am near you and yet far off. I hear little things from the world from time to time, and I know that you are married to Geoffrey. I felt that I must write you a few lines. I am in a convent here, in a convent from whence I can never emerge again. Heaven knows how many human tragedies are bound up in these gray old walls. But of all the miserable wretches here, there is none more miserable than myself. Still, in my new faith I have found consolation. I know that there is hope even for sinners as black as myself. Will it sound strange to you to hear that I long and yearn for you always, that I still love those whom I would have destroyed? I meant to write you a long letter, but my heart is too full. Do not reply, because we are not allowed to have letters here. Heaven bless you both, and give you the happiness you deserve. Marion. Geoffrey took up the letter and tore it into minute fragments. The gentle breeze carried it over the oleanders and lemon trees like snow. Down below the blue sea sparkled, and the world seemed full of the pure delight of life. "Geoffrey," Vera said after a long pause, "are we too happy?" "Is it possible to be too happy?" Geoffrey replied. "Well, too selfishly happy, I mean. It seems awful to be so blissful when Marion is full of misery. I shall never feel anything but affection for her. It seems a strange thing to say, but I mean it. Poor Marion." Geoffrey stooped and kissed the quivering lips. "Poor Marion, indeed," he said. "Marion was two distinct persons. Of all the shocks we ever had, her confession hurt me most of all. A creature so sweet and pure and good, a veritable angel. It is sufficient to utterly destroy one's faith in human nature. It would, if I hadn't got you." The End. End of chapter 58. End of The Mystery of the Ravensspurs by Fred M. White. Recording by Roger Melin.